here with a surprise guest, Alex Mehr. I'm pretty sure you guys have heard of him. You know him. He's Tai Lopez's business partner. He just sold his company, Zeus, the dating app, for I think it was 255 million. He was over there on Wall Street, rung the bell, and all that stuff. So go check out his personal page. Everything is on there. Everything is good. So I'm actually live here with him now, surprisingly live. We were actually on, I guess it was a Zoom video, and we were actually streaming live on Zoom. And right at the end, he asked if there was any more questions or anything. And I threw out a question because I guess it was another speaker that was at the beginning of that live broadcast on Zoom. His name was Mark Lack, I think it was. And he talked about how you needed to actually go live with just different entrepreneurs and all that, doing interviews and everything. So I asked Alex if he would go live with me, and then he actually graciously hopped on here and now with me. So I just want him to actually, pretty much, I'm pretty sure most of you guys know who he is, but I want him to actually introduce himself. So thank you, Alex, for joining me, and the floor is yours.
Thanks a lot for having me, Mike. So first of all, that's right. If you want to build, I talk about it all the time. It's called authority bias. If you want to build an online presence, what you're doing right now is actually exactly the right thing to do. So congrats on taking the right steps. A little bit about me. I'm a scientist turned entrepreneur. So I grew up, wanting to be a scientist. I went to school. I studied engineering. I got my PhD in engineering, and I worked as a scientist for NASA. And then when I was, I want to say 26 years old, I decided to try my hand at entrepreneurship. And I left everything behind. I left my science and academic career behind. And I started my first company that actually ended up becoming Zeus. And, I built an expertise in basically building consumer brands online. And I've done that several times, couple of times at least so far. So far, so good. And, we keep building brands and products that hopefully make the world a better place and also makes money for everybody involved and is good for the consumers. And, and it's just also fun to do. That's what I do.
Let me ask you this: as far as when you transitioned to an entrepreneur, because obviously you said you used to work for NASA. I mean, what exactly is that like? I mean, what's the life like? Working for NASA. I mean, is it like a typical 9 to 5 job, or how does that work?
No, far from it. I remember a lot of times. So it's the NASA center in Mountain View, Moffett Field. It's actually a military base. So the guards at the front, the military police at the front, they were used to me driving in like 11 p.m. at night just to check on the results in my lab. So it's the furthest thing from 9 to 5 job you can imagine. I would wake up late in the mornings and drink my coffee, go in the lab, work until like 8 p.m., go have dinner, go back to lab at 11 p.m., work until 3 a.m. So that was kind of the life. I was more of a research scientist, less on operations side of things. And that's what life was, doing new things, new exciting things, and publishing. I think of it as pushing the boundaries of science, like the body of knowledge, academic work around my area of expertise a little bit forward, one day at a time. So that's what I was doing.
Yeah, so actually I can relate a little bit to being in the lab because I pretty much worked every shift. Actually, I majored in biology, so I have a BS degree in biology. And then actually I used to work in the lab, so I worked third shift, second shift, first shift, weekend shift. And pretty much, I mean, obviously, I guess we're pretty much a little bit in different trades and everything, but I mean, still, I was in the pharmaceutical field, and
Yeah.
just the samples were coming in, periodically throughout my shift, throughout
Yeah.
the day, throughout, pretty much whenever we were in there. So we had to grab them and test them, and then, turn around and give them results. So I wasn't working in operations, but I was somewhat providing results for, the operations and all that stuff. So, I mean, at what point did you say, well, let me just, because obviously, when you say NASA, I mean, obviously, everybody knows NASA, and, it's a big name. So why did you decide to actually step out on your own and say, I'm tired of working for somebody else, I want to work for myself?
Well, to be honest with you, so first of all, I was never I gotta say, working at NASA never felt like I was working with someone else for someone else. It was great, and a lot of times, sometimes I even look back and I feel like I was really happy working at NASA. It was kind of my childhood dream, and it was a lot of fun. I was doing a lot of exciting things. I worked on many different projects, so it wasn't like out of despite like not liking my job that I went and started a new so became an entrepreneur. It's just curiosity on whether or not I could actually succeed as an entrepreneur. I did not have, I mean, most entrepreneurs, they grow up thinking about entrepreneurship, like they are exposed to it, their family or what have you, or they start early age. I didn't. It was all about science for me growing up. So to me, jumping to entrepreneurship was one, a big jump. Okay. Second, it kind of put my career as a successful researcher and academic somewhat at risk, because I don't know how much you know, but as an academic, if you stop publishing research papers, you become obsolete really quickly, and then the scientific body doesn't recognize you anymore. Does that make sense? So for a period of time, for about a year or two after my transition to entrepreneurship, I was still working with some of my former colleagues and publishing papers in case things wouldn't work out in the entrepreneurship world. I could still go back, and there was not much of a gap in my research publications. So I kind of tried to handle both for a little bit, but then a year into or two into it, I was like, okay, so this is not gonna work. So I gotta really jump in. So yeah, I did my best to do that, but there are things about entrepreneurship that I really like. Don't get me wrong. Um, as a scientist, you're kind of at the mercy of the funding for your research. So whatever is the source of research, even if if you're inside an organization like NASA, still there's funding available for different projects, and it's not like you can pursue whatever you want. You apply for grants, or you ask for funding for a particular project to fund the project. As an entrepreneur, you're still looking for funding, but it's more in your control and it's more result driven. Does that make sense? Which I like it a lot better. That's the main difference, in my opinion.
That's, that's good. So at least you got experience looking for funding. So it's not anything new. I mean, I know it's kind of, I guess, a different thing that you're actually looking for as far as the funding, different ways to go about it and everything. But
Right.
at least you're not new. So what exactly was your first business? Um, as
Yeah.
far as that side, once you actually made that full transition.
Yeah. So it's kind of funny. I started when in 2007, middle to second half of 2007. We started brainstorming a little bit beforehand. I had some ideas for a wireless cat feeder and things like that. I even have sketches of a full-on wireless cat feeder that I designed. We never actually uh, pursued it, but the first one that we actually pursued was an app. It was actually this is a little bit before apps. It was called widgets, right? Apps, like a few months after we started, apps started becoming mainstream, and that's when we transitioned to apps. But it was actually a widget, a multimedia polling widget. It was one way to think about it is like think Instagram's polling feature, but back in 2007. So that's the first thing that we launched, and it was a desktop application, not a mobile application, because smartphones were not. I mean, iPhone had just launched, but there was no app store, and we started building that, and then we transitioned into Facebook app platform, and then I believed in apps in early days. I bet on apps. We started building all sorts of different apps, from quizzes to games to everything like you can imagine. Um, and this is a time when people ask me, "What do you guys build?" I told them we build apps. They thought I meant appetizers. So it's like that's really that early in the app movement we were. And also, I remember I was giving a talk at the time at a conference, and I was standing on the stage, and I was like, in a few years, you're going to be doing everything through apps, even your banking, and the era of .com is kind of over. And people chuckled. They thought I was joking. They didn't even take me seriously. That's how early I was in the app movement. So, but then we bet on apps. We built different apps, and then one of our apps, which was a online dating app took off, and then we full on pivoted into online dating. We dropped everything else. So it was the same company. It's just it started as a kind of like app laboratory. We were building apps just like a scientist. We're just generating apps. And the one that took off, we pursued, and everything else we shut down over time.
Wow, that's interesting. That's interesting. So I guess how did you get? Because I know you and Ty actually do things online where you have, I guess, different viewers and everybody that's tuning in. You actually get them to throw out business ideas. So how did you get your first big app idea? The dating app. So was it a kind of a setting like that where people just throwing ideas? Did you have ideas in your head? You were writing down stuff, on paper. Or how did that come about?
Yeah, so I had a simple method. I mean, I kind of mirrored what I was doing in the lab. So every week, we had this discussion. I went to my team. It was a team of 4 of us. And I went to the team and I said, look, on Monday, we're going to start a brand new app concept. By Friday, we are going to have it completely done. On Saturday, we test it. Saturday night, we launch it. Sunday, we observe it. And then on Monday, we launch another one. So we literally did that every week, starting probably end of September, maybe October of 2007, in different apps, like bam, 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 until like end of December, we started an online dating one, and just was one of many apps we had launched, And, that one took off, and then we shut down everything else. So it was not kind of like, I didn't go into it with the intention of launching an online dating company. I went into it literally like I want to say, Thomas Edison trying to figure out how to create but that would be like too much. I don't want to really compare myself to Thomas Edison. It was way, way bigger of an invention, but the methodology was the same. I went and tried hundreds of things that some failed, some succeeded a little bit. None of them was an outlier until I found an outlier. And then I stuck with it. Does that make sense? So that's kind of the methodology. So it wasn't much of it, as much as I want to tell you that I had the spark of genius. I didn't. It was more like blind experimentation.
And then I guess even as now, like for a new entrepreneur starting out, because actually I'm getting ready to develop a new Facebook group for employees transitioning to entrepreneurs. So, I mean, as far as, like a new entrepreneur starting out, what exactly do you think they should get started with? What business? I mean, is it digital marketing? Or, how can they actually decide on what business they want to go into?
Yeah, so here's kind of like, I have 2 answers. Answer number 1, the way I describe it is that the answer is not within you. It's not within you, meaning by pondering, you cannot pull the answer out from inside of you. Does that make sense? So the answer is outside of you, it's out there. So you need to either experiment or ask a lot of people. So the answer has to come from outside, not from inside. I see a lot of entrepreneurs that are just saying, or sometimes it's like a team of 2 people who are co-founders, they're buddies, and they want to start a company together, and they just sit in a room and they just brainstorm together as if I'm like, look, trust me, the answer is not in this room. It's not inside you. It's not even in this room. The answer is outside. So you need to ask others, go experiment with things, and one thing leads to another and to another to another. It's a discovery process, not an internal, inspection and, try to pull the answer from your gut kind of situation. So that's the first thing that I tell them. Look, the answer is not inside of you. This is not like a Buddha sitting under a tree and come like doing Zen meditation, and that the answer to comes upon you. It's not like that. It is like more like you do a little bit, you get the clue for another thing, ask somebody gives you an idea, you chase that for a little bit. It's kind of like a discovery process. It's kind of like how Christopher Columbus discovered America. So he was going after something else, and then one thing led to another, and bam, new continent, right? So it's like he wasn't sitting there like, oh, I bet there is a continent called America that looks like exactly that was not the case. So that's the first thing I want to tell them. But then there are general things that I believe And that's like I always tell entrepreneurs that are starting, service businesses are easier to start than product businesses. Uh, Basically, it's better when you're starting to trade your time for money, not in the context of a job. So when you have a job, you're trading your energy and time for money, but then somebody else controls it. If you start a consulting service, an agency, or some sort of service business, you're still trading your time for money. So it's kind of like a smoother transition. But this, in this particular case, then there's no boss above you. The entity is yours. Does that make sense? So that's the first transition. I think that is kind of like general guideline, kind of like how Christopher Columbus said, I'm going to go west. I'm like, that's kind of like go west. But beyond that, it's like a little bit of a discovery process.
All right. So I guess, a lot of people, because you talked about, not being internally. So, your business idea not being internally. So a lot of people talk about, having a passion, whatever your passion is, and develop a business around your passion. So do you agree with that statement, or is it just the fact of, you look outside external and then you try to find something that you're passionate about external and then you go after that?
So I want to say I 90% disagree with it. 10% there's something there, and I'm going to explain. It's a little bit of a complicated answer. So in general, just because something is your passion doesn't mean the rest of the world or the market or your potential customer cares about it at all. Like why do they care that it is your passion? So the way I think about it is you're going after product market fit in a way that is not about you. So it's not an egotistical, like it's about me and my passion, and I want to spread my passion kind of to the world kind of thing. It's like what the world wants, and let me build it for them. Kind of like come from the mentality of serving the market versus the mentality of, oh, I'm going to impose my will and my passion on the market. So that's the first thing. So with that philosophy, definitely don't care about your passion. However, there's a flip side to this argument. If you are truly passionate about something, the chances are that you know more about that particular subject than other things. Okay. So for example, if you're truly passionate about music, like you are really into music, you have been DJing and like blah, 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 and all that. If you start a music related startup, you have a slight advantage because you have explored that world just because it was your hobby a little bit more than other areas. So versus a sports startup, right? So for that reason, respect your passion in the sense that hopefully that passion made you familiar and gave you an edge in a particular area, but don't respect it so much that you kind of like say, okay, this is my passion, therefore my business has to be around this, and therefore the market has to want it, because the market doesn't care. So, and you as a business person will fail. So that's kind of like, that's why it's two sides. It's important to get both sides right. I'm not saying completely ignore your passion. Just think of your things that you're passionate about as areas where you're more likely to have knowledge about, therefore you might have slight edge in those areas, and if it happens to be a good business, great. If not, move on.
All right, so let me ask you this question: as far as, do you think that let me see, we got a comment here that says, hey Mike, what is it, Cristino El Young? Oh, let me throw it up on here. Let me see. I don't know. It says, hey Mike, happy to see you. Great with Alex Mehr, Tai Lopez, business partner. Yeah, that's exactly.
Hey Cristiano. Hey guys.
And then who else threw one? Johnny said, good fellas. Let me ask you this question as far as, I guess, being an employee, do you think that anybody can be an entrepreneur? Or do you think that you pretty much have to be born to be an entrepreneur?
I don't believe it's like you have to be born as an entrepreneur. But I tell you this, entrepreneurship is not necessarily right for everyone, and I don't say it actually in a condescending way. There's sometimes this notion that entrepreneurship is like this, holy like path in life that just this is the right way to live your life, and I totally disagree with it. Entrepreneurs, yes, they contribute to the world a lot. They positively, entrepreneurship in general is a positive force for good in the world. Sometimes it goes the other way, but mostly it is positive. So net positive. However, it's not the only way to make the world a better place. Like that ER physician, the nurse, that works at a hospice, all the teacher, elementary school teachers, they all have great jobs, and they're all making the world a better place. So it's not the only way. It's not somehow better than other ways of living your life. I'm not very religious or dogmatic about entrepreneurship. Entrepreneurship is just one career path, if you will, like many other possible life choices. It's a good one. It is rewarding, but it also can be really daunting. In fact, I tell you, a lot of people, especially people that are high anxiety, they shouldn't be entrepreneurs. It takes a massive toll on your life. And frankly, there are a lot of careers that are more rewarding than entrepreneurship in many different ways. I mean, I told you about my career as a scientist at NASA. Sometimes I look back, yes, I was not making a lot of money, but I was super happy. And I was in, my early to mid 20s, and it was a great life. So, and I was pursuing what I was passionate about. And if you actually tell me go back to those days and just you have to stay there, I would be and never become an entrepreneur. I would be sad a little bit, but it's fine. I would do just fine as a career academic or scientist. I would have done just fine. I would have been a happy person. So it's not like entrepreneurship to me. It's not like a religious dogmatic thing that you have to become entrepreneur. No, I'm not like that at all. So does that make sense?
Yeah, that makes sense. That makes perfect sense. So, I guess in your process of, starting, actually even when you were younger, what exactly was, I guess, your crucial process growing up, where something just, automatically clicked? Because obviously you have a lot of work ethic. I mean, I don't know if you're born with ethnic, or you just pretty much developed it over time. But I mean, at what point in your life did things just pretty much just click and you say, well, I'm going no matter what I do, whether it's I'm an employee, whether I'm an entrepreneur, at what point, in your life did something just click and you said, was it a book you read, a video you watched, or what? What exactly was it where it's just something just clicked and you said, I'm going for it with all my heart, all my might?
Yeah, I tell you this, Mike. I know that a lot of people want to believe in aha moments and sudden points of massive shifts in their life trajectory, which sometimes happens, mostly with traumatic events, but sometimes it happens. But most of the time, shifts come gradual. So it's not like you wake up one day and you decide to change something in yourself and all of a sudden you're a different person. You need to work at it, day in, day out until you become that person, right? So from just the pure perspective, like from the pure like energy level or hardworking and all that, I've always been a hardworking person. So it was never like since I was a kid, I always studied hard, worked hard. Like that that's all I know. Okay, so that part never changed in my life. But transitions happen, like going from um, someone in academics, somebody who was basically I was on a salary when I worked at NASA, shifting from knowing that I have a paycheck every 2 weeks to knowing that I will definitely not have a paycheck next week. That is not like a mental switch that went in my brain. I'm like, now I'm an entrepreneur and I kill what I eat. It it's a little bit of every day you kind of come to terms with it, and you push yourself to that new unknown territory a little bit more. And that's kind of like my method to everything that I do. I don't know, you probably have met me. I started working out, lifting weights seriously about like a year and a half ago. And it wasn't like I was like, one day I woke up and I'm like, okay, I'm going to lift weight now 4 times, 5 times a week. It was like a gradual, it was very painful, but every day you push yourself and you push yourself. And after a while, that thing becomes part of you. I'm a big believer in that gradual change versus, I had this aha moment and I became a different person. It barely ever, almost never happens.
Yeah, that's interesting because I heard a lot of other people talk about like if you're trying to, there's a lot of people that don't like reading books or they don't like working out, don't like exercising, and then they try to implement all these things at one time, and
Exactly.
then
People,
obviously,
bam. Yeah.
yeah. So obviously they'll end up not doing any of them because they'll just pretty much collapse. So that's interesting that you said it's just like a gradual process. So I guess yeah, I did see you. I guess when I first met you, you were kind of smaller, but then over the few years, it's like you started getting bigger and bigger, started swelling up. So yeah. So I guess that I don't know. Do you take protein supplements? I mean, what is your workout routine? I
It's
mean,
weightlifting, basically 4 to 5 times a week, and a ton of protein and supplements. I mean, I'm experimenting with a lot of different things to see what works and what doesn't. But the key here is again the same thing. I did not change overnight. I did not say, here's a heavy workout schedule, and me as a person who never consistently worked out, you know, to like all of a sudden I'm gonna implement Arnold's workout regimen and be like, it just doesn't happen. I don't, at least I can't do that. So I'm like, okay, so let me lift some weights, see how it feels. All right, not bad. It's like painful, but let me do it one more time. And then after like a month or 2 or 3, it becomes part of who you are, and then you can't remember how you were before that, right? So it's kind of like that. And I think in everything, like you mentioned, people who don't read, I'm like, okay, so I'm not saying read the whole book. Like, try to read one page before you go to sleep. Then try to read. Then after a while, you build the habit, and then all of a sudden, it becomes part of you, who you are, and you automatically, it kind of like get sucked in eventually. But initially, if you go like, which is why I'm also against New Year resolutions. People are like eating like crap. November and December are like, January 1, I'm going to be on 100% keto diet for the rest of my life. So in December, I'm going to pig out. And on January 1, I'm going to cut all the carbs for the rest of my life. And I'm like, see you on the other side. It never happens. So,
yeah, Gary, I guess, Gary Vee talks a little bit about that. Is like, why are you going to wait till, one day out of the year, one day beginning of the year, one day end of the year? It's like, just start today.
yeah.
Don't even wait till tomorrow. Just go ahead and start today. So that's an interesting fact. So I guess a lot of people, I don't know if a lot of people know or not. How did you meet Tai Lopez? How do you just, come about and say, oh, let me be Tai Lopez's business partner? Did he approach you or did you approach him? Or actually, that's a good question too. You can answer that, then answer this question. I know I'm giving you two questions at once. But what is a good, I guess, philosophy or idea in picking a business partner?
Yeah. So Tai me. The story of me meeting Tai is very interesting. I mean, I've been a book nerd all my life. I've been reading books since I was a kid. I grew up in a small town north of Iran, had little access, basically no access to international TV other than local TV channel, no internet. This is pre-internet. So my window to the world was through books. So I've been a book reader since I was a kid. And because of that, I kept that habit. So I read a lot. I've read a lot of books. And I remember it was 11 years ago or so, or 10 years ago. I had just started Zeus, and I went to an online industry conference. It's basically a conference where online dating business owners go and they talk, and there are panels and all that. So I was sitting on a panel, and it was like 5 or 6 of us and a moderator, and I was sitting on all the way to the corner. My company was like the only online dating app at the time. It was kind of the hot thing, and it was growing and all that. So, and then I was looking to my left, and people were answering questions. They were all boring people, except for this guy wearing glasses. And he was quoting books, and he was saying all sorts of interesting stuff. And this is before Tai was on social media at all. This is like, 10 years ago. He was not on social media. He had a small online dating business at the time. And I was like, who is this guy? He's quoting books that I'd read, and I'd never met another person who had read those books. So afterwards, we met up in the reception of the conference. It was me, Tai, and his cousin Maya. And right away, we started talking about books. I'm like, oh my God, I've walked the face of the planet, and I've never seen someone who's read as many books as you in my entire life. And I'm surrounded by smart people. Remember, I worked at NASA. I had a ton of PhDs. Like, my office was like PhDs and postdocs, like walking on the walls, basically. That's just, they were all over the place. So I was like, and I'm like, I've never seen someone as well read as Tai. And we, right away, we became friends. I mean, I had my own business. He had his own business. So for years, Tai and I, like, I would travel, drive to LA from San Francisco. It was a break for me, and I would brainstorm with Tai. I found him very smart, intelligent person. You guys may not notice, although you kind of can guess. He's an amazing brainstorming partner. Like, if you want to brainstorm with somebody, I cannot think of one person I would brainstorm. I mean, maybe on particular subjects, if somebody's a subject matter expert. But if on a general topic, if I have to pick one partner to brainstorm with, it is Tai. So, so that's how we remained friends for many years. And then about 3 years ago, when I stepped down from Zeus, I had free time. I said, let's start something together, and we became business partners. But that's kind of the story. I forgot the second question. Oh, the second question was about how to pick business partners.
Yeah.
In general, I say try not to pick business partners. Like, if you can do it alone, do it alone. Unless you have exactly the right person. And you have the right person only when you know them really well. You have seen them in their best and in their worst. And let me explain why. Anybody can pretend to be a good person for a week, for a day, for a month. Nobody can pretend to be a good person for years. Does that make sense? So all the shit that is inside people and they're hiding from you comes out if you hang out with them long enough, and especially under stressful circumstances. So, like, really try not to be business partners with people you have not known for a long time. And also always ask yourself this question: what does this person specifically add to this partnership? And what do I bring to the partnership? So it's like reciprocal. And, and if it makes sense, then okay, then go for it. But other than that, try to avoid, because it's more than, a lot of businesses fall apart because I see companies that fall apart because co-founders kind of like don't agree, and then some of them leave, and then the cap table is kind of upside down because a lot of partners are not active on the business, and the business literally files for bankruptcy. So it happens all the time. Be very mindful of that.
Yeah, that's a good point, because I've pretty much seen the same thing as well. As far as people, coming together, getting ties, and they really don't know each other, too much. So then, all of a sudden the business just kind of, falls apart, deteriorates. And let me ask you this question here. It says, actually, what is why do you think a lot of people fail at businesses? I mean, a lot of people get into entrepreneurship. Obviously, you and Tai are very successful. But you pretty much just mentioned at the beginning of the interview how you started, doing all these apps. Then you found one, the dating app, which actually was, obviously was pretty successful because you just sold it for 255 million. But
that's net of cash. That is net of cash. We got another 40 million off of balance sheet, so it's 300 million.
All right.
It doesn't matter. Okay.
Yeah, I looked it up, I guess, before I hopped on the interview, and then on Google, it actually said 255.
Yeah, that's net of cash. That's what they pay. So when you sell a business, if it has a big cash reserve, so you sell the business, but don't sell the cash. So you distribute the cash to shareholders and then sell the business. Does that make sense? Is that a good entrepreneurship tip? I've actually saw this situation where the company had $7 million cash, and it had a business, and they sold the company for $7 million. They not knowing that they had to separate the cash and sell the business. So the guy who bought it, they got all the money back. Right? I kid you not. This actually happened in real life. They got all the money back right away at a free company. So
yeah, I guess they really didn't have good lawyers, or somebody really didn't know what.
It was an interesting story.
Yeah, but so why do you think a lot of people fail at businesses?
I think part of it is kind of natural in business. Like, failure is kind of it happens. It's just, to me, it's not a real failure unless the magnitude of the damage is high. Meaning, if you raise a lot of money or invest a lot of your own personal money or spend years in it and it literally goes nowhere, then yes, you have failed. But if you try something really quickly and cheaply and it doesn't work out, it's part of the testing process. It's like you're in a lab and you try something and it doesn't work, it's kind of expected. So to me, it is kind of a natural part of business to fail small. So fail small is fine. Do it as frequently as you can, but then try not to fail big, basically. Big failures is what ultimately cripples you.
Well, I mean, how do you compare, small failures and big failures? I mean, what is a big failure? What is a, small failure?
So, I mean, that's obviously like something that is different from person to person. What you and I define as small is different than what Warren Buffett defines as small, right? So he can lose $10 million and not even notice. It's like so small, but the way I think about it is like basically something that you lose sleep over. So if it is an amount that is both time and an amount, time maybe like 2 months on a project and not working on it. Tai and I are working on a project trying to buy a company right now, and it's taken about a month, maybe 6 weeks of my time, and we will know by next week if we will be able to lock it in or not. But if we're not, that's fine. It's just, yeah, it was a month of my time, but I also did other stuff during that time. And also I learned a lot of new things. It was a brand new thing. So I don't consider that a failure at all. And maybe $30,000-$40,000 of legal fee to structure it and like put the bid together. I don't consider that as a failure. That is an experiment that didn't particularly work out. Does that make sense? A failure would be if I spend $2 million on something and 6 months of my life and nothing comes out. Then I'll be like, what the fuck? Why didn't I? Then I would be mad at myself. So that's kind of how I think about it.
All right. Yeah. If you guys have any questions for Alex, go ahead and throw them on the screen. Here's one that says, "Hey, Alex, I have a website from Squarespace. It's been a year already, and I haven't made a dime from it. Do you have any advice on how I can monetize it or make money from it?"
So Cristiano, here's a problem. I don't know much about your website, but at a very high level, the questions I would ask myself is that just because I have a website doesn't mean it will make money. It has to have traffic, meaning people have to go to it. Do you have visitors? If not, how can you get visitors? If you do, why aren't they buying? So that's like the kind of like the high level process. Like, are people going to your website? How do you expect them to find out about your website? I mean, just because you have a website out there there are like billions of websites. How would people even know you exist? So first solve that problem. If that problem is solved, people are going to your website and then they're not purchasing or you're not monetizing in however way you're planning to monetize, then you have to ask yourself the question of, okay, so why is it not working? So the first one, think about it this way. Every business has 3 steps. Step 1, lead generation. Step 2, lead capture. Step 3, lifetime value optimization. You need to have all 3. Step 1 is to getting people's eyes and minds on your product or brand, okay? So without me and Mike hearing about your business, there's no way you make any money. So we need to know about your business first before we can actually spend anything on you. So that's lead capture, lead generation. Lead capture is that now that we know about your business, we have gone to your website, we have checked out your product and service, do we buy or we don't? That's a conversion problem. Do you convert or not once you have a lead, okay? Step 3, I buy something from you. Are you able to continuously keep me as a customer and have me purchase new products over and over again, like Amazon does or Apple does? So you have to have all 3 in place. If you want to have any chance of building a big business, all 3 of them have to be in place. So that's high level.
So since he went off on this tangent on this discussion, so exactly, a lot of people are talking about funnels now, which obviously I've been, spent some time with you and Tai. So you guys talk extensively on websites and funnels. So if I was a new person coming in or a new business owner that actually wanted to put my business online, and somebody told me, well, you need to run a funnel, and then somebody else told me to run a website. What is your recommendation? What is your opinion? What do you think? What would you tell that business owner?
Yeah, so funnels on websites are So let me define. First of all, I don't think that is the biggest problem that an entrepreneur has to address. But then let me try to distinguish. These are two terms that are used sometimes interchangeably, and sometimes people are very religious about what is a website and what is a funnel. I'm going to give you a simple way of thinking about it. Website is when you have multiple products or services. You land on a page. You can go in different dimensions and buy different things. Like if you type in Amazon.com, you are presented with a multitude of options. You can pick anything, go into different categories, pick different things. That's a website. Okay. A funnel is basically a linear selling experience, meaning you are sold exactly on one thing. Now, you might be sold something else after you're sold the first one, but the whole purpose of a funnel is to put you in a funnel. So you're going straight. You're not being given options and like categories and all that. You're just being sold one thing, and it's just a serial buying experience, right? Does that make sense? So that's how I define it. Now, which one is needed for business depends on what business it is. So if you have a specific product and you're running advertisement to that specific product to sell that product, then you need a funnel. If you're Amazon.com, all right, or Apple, and you get a ton of people coming to your brand, and then depending on their needs, you need to sell them different products depending on their different needs, then you need a website. And most of the time you need both. Not all the time, most of the time you need both. One of them is specific, laser focused selling experience around a particular product or service. And the second one is a general pick your own product or service that fits your need kind of experience. So most of the time you need both. One of them is better for cold traffic, for advertisement, basically. The other one is better when the brand has gravitational pull and customers are coming to it.
All right. So how big are you an advocate of mindset? So do you believe in meditation, reading books, watching videos, trainings? What exactly does a person need to do to get their mind set? Or, I mean, is that even important in life in general, not even just entrepreneurship, but in life in general? What is your opinion?
Yeah, I think it is a person dependent thing. So yes, it's very important for people to read books or learn from books. I mean, you don't have to necessarily read. Some people are not good readers. In fact, I did a research on this. Small percentage of people learn through reading, which is why mentor bots, right? Or audiobook or whatever other ways of learning from the book. The concept is not reading. The concept of continuous input of information into your brain, the new sources of inspiration. Okay, so that's the first thing. Now, you ask about meditation. I don't meditate. I tried meditation one time. I kind of get the idea. I think it is, and again, I might be a little bit ignorant on this because this is not an area where I claim to know much about, but here's my own thesis on it. I think people that are high anxiety, like they have a lot of thoughts in their brains going in different directions, probably meditation is very useful for them because you cannot see clearly if you have this commotion of chatter inside your head. I am naturally low anxiety. I didn't even know it. I measured it using his test that told me, Alex, you're very low on anxiety. And I kind of, okay. So as in general, I'm low anxiety. So I kind of inside my head, it's like, I don't have that chatter. I have seen people that struggle with it. That's why I kind of understand the intention of meditation. It probably helps with it. I personally don't feel I need it. There are, however, meditation techniques that I did the Headspace app for a while, and it was actually kind of like some stuff from it was useful in the sense that when, something like traumatic, like negative happens, which happens to all of us, I normally get bent out of shape, but then I come back to normal really quickly. So that's my strength is recovery. I'm the recovery man. I recover quickly. But then I learned through like what I learned in meditation is like, okay, I can actually completely visualize myself letting go of the negative thought. And that mental image that I kind of learned through that little bit of meditation that I did helps me recover faster. So instead of recovering, in 1 hour, I now recover in 5 minutes. So I think that was useful. And that's one of the things I do. But no, I'm not I don't meditate basically.
Okay. All right. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. So as far as if you actually, I asked another lady this. I think I asked Anthony this too, Anthony Morrison. But if you were able to start over, if you had to start over in your business or your life, what one thing would you do right now? Or if you had to start over, what one thing would you do that you did not do in the past, or even something that you did in the past? What would you do right now if you had to start over? If you were starting a brand new business from scratch, what would the business be, and how would you, like you were saying, get traffic? How would you get the word out about your business?
So are you saying I have basically no,
No,
no, basically nothing right now, no money, no nothing, and I'm starting from scratch?
yeah,
I would start with a service business. I would start with a service business. Like I started with a product business, and it was not easy. Now I got lucky, I made it, but start with a service business. It helps a lot better. I can probably build a consulting business. Like if I have my knowledge but nothing else, I can probably build a consulting business and make a decent living uh, without a problem. And I think it's the first step for a lot of entrepreneurs, anyways.
all right. And then let me go ahead and end it up. I don't know if you guys have any more questions for Alex. Go ahead and put them in the chat box. Either we'll answer them now or come back later and answer them. But if you were to have one superpower, what would it be and why?
That's a great question. Uh, see the future.
See the future. Why? What would you do?
You can live a mistake-free life.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah, it's like imagine like if you could, all the decisions that we make every day that end up being bad decisions. If you could see the future, you would be 100% the right decision maker. Oh, just imagine. Like
Yeah,
I would see the future.
that's good. That's a good one. But yeah, you guys, actually, you can check Alex out on his fan page, or either, obviously, they have a ton of products. I mean, him and Tai, they're always doing products, always making stuff. So you guys, you launched the beef jerky brand? Have you launched? Yeah. And then obviously they got they got Mentor Box, him and Tai together. And he just sold his other company, Zeus. But obviously, they got a ton of courses. So if you need to go anywhere, as far as doing anything online or even just books in general, Mentor Box, I mean, like he was saying, some people you may not like to read. Mentor Box is perfect for people who don't like to read, because they actually they have the authors right there who tell you about the books. So you don't even have to read the book, just give you a summary and a synopsis. And that's the best way you can hear it, from the author themselves. And he has a ton of other products. Just go to tailopez.com and you'll see him and Alex on there, or even Alex's website. I don't know if you want to put your website in here. You can send
Instagram at Dr. Alex, spelled doctor spelled out.
All right. Thanks so much, Alex, for joining me. And like I said, if you guys have any questions, check him out on any one of those various sources, or come back here, put a comment in. I'll try to get to him, get it to a team or anything like that. So thanks, Alex, for hopping on. I know you got a busy schedule. Thanks for taking time out. And
thanks for having me, Mike, and I'll see you in our future events.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one.
All right. Bye.
What's funny is that, like, I know there's a countdown. I can't see it. But the second you said that, my heart rate just shot through the fucking roof. Like every time we go live, it's just like, like you get like when you're about to get on stage, your hands get sweaty. Like I've done like 50 fucking interviews and my hands still get sweaty. It's fucking bullshit.
And obviously, yeah, we're live. So yeah, I told you guys, I warned you in the post itself that this guy's quick wit. He's hilarious. And but I mean, this is Jeff Miller. Let me go ahead and introduce his name. So and actually, he was just telling me a story. I guess you can call it in the green room, the back room, or whatever you want to call it. So before we actually came on live, he was telling me a story of how he just pitched a rabbi on social media marketing. So I'll let him actually go into that and tell the story, his background, and all that stuff. Yeah. So let's see.
It's weird. So like, if anyone, if you go on my personal page, like my goal is to make my Facebook page confirm and convert. Like, it's my sales page. That's just like, there's no difference between Jeff and Jeff that does Facebook ads. It's all Jeff, right? And because of it, like everyone on a purchasing spectrum for my services is like almost always reminded every time like I do something smart or driven, motivated. And I've got like 90-second marketing videos, and I've got the podcasting room. I've got like all this stuff, right? And so my mom sends me a text message like 3 days ago. She's like, I'm going to send you a rabbi. You better be nice. And I'm like, what does that mean? Right. So I talked to him over the phone, and we talked about his problems, and like historically and philosophically, like people don't care what you know or what you do. They just want their problem solved. That's it. And so we start trying to figure out his problems. We talk over the phone. He's like, look, Jeff, what I really need is like just need to talk it out and figure it out. I was like, great, that's a strategy session. So like, why don't you just come into the office and we'll figure it out? He's like, great, fine, perfect, let's do it. And so for people who don't know, I've got like a little office set up, right? So I've got, you know, my whiteboard of yelling right over there. I've got like the desk and the chairs, and through there's like the podcasting room, which look kind of familiar. And we start talking. And the way I run my sessions is I try to have like a plan and a process, just like a plastic surgeon. Like when you go to sit down with a plastic surgeon, consultation, I can solve your problem costing this much. It makes sense. Like there's no unsurety of how it's supposed to go. So my pitch process is onboarding, program, selling top down. When do you want to start, right? And so we do the onboarding docs, and he starts talking about his problems and like the future and all that fun stuff, and where like he wants his congregation to go, and like the upcoming trend 3, 4, 5 years, and what everybody else is doing. And I constantly reinforced, help me understand this problem. Let me rephrase this problem. What if you did this? What does your best scenario look like? What's the end result that you're looking for? And then I wrote down everything he said, everything. Like when you're talking to accountants or a plastic surgeon or a lawyer and they don't take notes, you feel like they're not doing their job. Like, why aren't you taking notes? It's a big fucking deal. Take more notes. So I just take enough ton of notes. I have like 6 pages of notes. Write down everything he says. And so at the end of the onboarding session, of which was like 15 questions, I transition into like the whiteboarding session, which is like, all right, I think I can solve these problems and definitely beat these numbers. Would you like to see a program that can help solve your problems? Then they almost always say yes. Cool. And we start whiteboarding, and we start drawing out big squares, big circles, big dots, big like words and all that. And he starts talking about like his big trend that he's seeing now is that like his future congregation doesn't exist in his congregation right now. Like he has to go find them, give them a reason to come in, get author button into his office. I was like, that's so funny because our program is called the Wallet Out, Ready to Buy Button to See Customer Campaign. So you whiteboard a couple things. I said, my digital marketing journey is not too dissimilar than your journey. Like we're trying to find the next generation of digital marketers. They don't know about X. So like, you know, soap opera sequences or customer research or lead generation activities, things like that. And at the very least, I want these future digital marketers to know about it and then make a choice to not do it. Because that's fundamentally different than not knowing it. Like if you know it, you don't do it, that's fine. Like I know about cold email. I hate it. I don't do it. That's different than saying I don't know anything about cold email. Normal, right? And I showed them the program and like the 90-second videos and like the course membership and all that fun stuff. And I said, look, is there anybody in your office that can like create, edit, script out, do all these 90-second videos? He's like, there's nobody, it's just me and like 3 or 4 other people. It's like, okay. Well, if you'd like, I can charge you an hourly consultation rate, $250 an hour, and walk you through and your staff the right way to do it. Here's everything that you get, blah, 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 blah. And he's like, look, I don't think anybody in my staff can do this. How much does it cost to just like get this thing done, to get the 90-second videos and the course membership and the Facebook ads, get everything set up? I said, it's going to be expensive. He says, yeah. All right, fine. How much? I said, it's $2,900 month to month, no long-term commitment. And he said, okay. I was like, great. When would you like to start? He says, today. I said, that means you're going to have to go get a check and bring it back. He says, you got it. Then he left, and now I'm waiting for him to bring back the check. So literally, like, I could be the CMO of a temple down the street and it'd be like, hey, everybody, my name is Jeff Miller's 90 Seconds About Judaism. Like all that stuff, like the same thing I do for my car washes, my bike shops, my digital marketing companies, like all that. Like I could be their unofficial spokesperson. And what's cool, by the way, is when you do that, you're no longer the Facebook ads guy, which if you're only the Facebook ads guy, you're replaceable. Like if you're just a plumber, you're replaceable. But if you're a plumber that can plan, strategy, understand, fix, if you can do all the other stuff like a puzzle piece, you're much harder to replace and you charge a lot more. And that's the same approach I take with my digital marketing. Like I don't do just Facebook ads, I do 6 other things. And so it's really, really hard to be undercut when everyone's sending cold emails just about Facebook ads. And I say, Mr. Johnson, you know, it sounds great, but I don't do Facebook ads. I do all this other stuff. It just so happens that we do Facebook ads to move your needle, blah, blah, blah. And then they go, oh, okay. So I've kept my clients longer. I charge like 3 or 4 times as much. Like my bike shop, like he's paying $6,000 a month, jumping up and down. This guy's gonna be paying $3,000. Car wash guy was paying $15,000. Like it just works. So that was like a pretty cool experience that just happened like 2 hours ago. So yeah, there we go.
Yeah, that's pretty insane. And you know, that you have people coming to you. That's what, you know, every agency, that's what every business owner wants, you know, just people coming to you, you know, as far as like, hey, I want to use your business. I want you to help me, you know. And the thing is, you know, just as what he's saying, you know, you really don't want to be, you know, focused on one thing. Now, let me ask you this question, because actually somebody just told me that, especially, you know, I guess beginning agency owners, which I do have a lot of those in my in my circle, in my group or whatever. So somebody told me is like, well, when you get into a deal, you don't want to pitch them too many services, because I guess they when you're sitting down in a deal, a lot of people don't know you, and they said that, you know, more people, or the more services you offer in a deal, then the less likelihood you are to sign up. I don't know if you can attest for that or not.
Yeah, so you want to have a program and have people make a decision about the program. Essentially, like when you bring in more variables, it causes more reasons to not say yes, more reasons I have to go back and check, more reasons I have to double check. Like, are you buying a Corvette today or not? Great, I can make a decision about buying a Corvette. Are you buying a Corvette, a Honda Civic, Ferrari, Rolls Royce? Oh my God, there's too many fucking options, right? What's interesting is they're all across a different pricing spectrum, which is how most people do their shit. Like, hey, random stranger, I know you got a Facebook ads problem, but how about you do Facebook ads, cold email, we do some 90-second marketing videos, we do some customer research, blah, blah, blah. You're like, no, that's not going to get you your intended result. You have to sell a thing. My thing is a wallet up, ready by button seat customer campaign. That's what I sell. And in it, I can solve your problems. What I've discovered is that when you're trying to sell too much stuff, confusion, non-clarity, I don't understand. But when you package it correctly, all of a sudden it makes a lot of fucking sense. Like, nobody's going to buy wheels and a transmission and a hood, but they'll buy a car. So I sell a car, and it's just so that it happens that Facebook ads is the gas for that car. And so when you're trying to sell all different parts and pieces that don't connect, don't make a narrative, aren't solving people's problems, that don't have an onboarding session, you end up being this like weird drug plastic surgeon saying, please let me cut your face. And then they're like, no, I don't know, get the fuck out of my office. And you're like, oh God, can I do it for free? Like, fuck you and your free trials. Like, no, not gonna happen. You're selling too much stuff, it's too confusing. But what you need is to have like a solid, coherent plan. You need to do what Donald Miller talks about in Brand Story, which is, I am Yoda, you are Luke Skywalker. I will show you the path. Here's the 7 steps you have to do. And that is called like your program. And so I have the wallet out, ready by button seat customer campaign. And if you aren't signing clients like 2-3K a month consistently, it's because for some reason your brain doesn't know how to do that correctly. And I've never run into a scenario where somebody says like, hey, Jeff, I'm not going to write you a check because you don't have case studies or results of previous experience. They say, hey, Jeff, I'm not going to write you a check because your program doesn't solve my problems, because we're not clear on the path, because you're asking for too much money. Like sometimes that's for like 10K. They're like, I'm not paying you 10K. I'll pay you 2 or 3. And so like for up and coming digital marketers, especially like people who are in the Facebook ad space, they don't have a sales process. They don't go like onboarding docs, pitch, and then ask when they want to start. They do like, yeah, I can like, yeah, just kind of like fill out this form and you can get more stuff. Would you like to upgrade your order? Right? How about this and blah, blah, blah. And then as a function of you not properly addressing their goals, they say, no, I don't want to do it. Then you lower your price. Kind of like if you went to a plastic surgeon, again, with the plastic surgery reference of like, hey, I've got a problem with my eye. And the plastic surgeon's like, would you like liposuction too? You're like, no, we got to talk about my eyes. Yeah, I know. I got your eyes. Yeah, we can do that. Would you like me to fix like other stuff? And you're like, no, we got to do my eye. And then at that point, you're saying, well, I don't want to fucking buy from you. Get the fuck out. I don't trust you. I don't know you. I don't like you. You're not addressing my problems. You're not solving my problems. You didn't establish tribal language using the same words that I use to describe my problems. So I'm out, and the plastic surgeon says, well, how about I do it for half off? And you're like, no, I already said no, right? And so they just get out. So like, I just kind of ranted a bit, but that's the basic idea.
No, that's good. It's always good, you know, when you rant, because obviously, you know, even in a rant, you know, we're learning information, and because actually, I'm kind of sitting here, you know, taking notes and everything. And I met you at J.R. Revis's conference in Atlanta, and I know you mentioned something as far as onboarding clients. I mean, what is the exact process? Because I mean, I thought it was kind of intriguing and interesting how you pretty much have your clients, the people, your companies you're working with, sign up, pretty much, I guess, give them a questionnaire and what they want and what they hope to get out of your services. And when there's any issues or anything, because all right. But I know Jeff tells them to actually, he tells them how many leads he's going to get them. It's like, when we start getting these leads, it's like, do you have a system in place to onboard these leads? And And then he has them, fill out this whole questionnaire. And then when there's issues or something, he'll pull out the questionnaire and tell them. It's like, and there it is right there. So he'll pull out the questionnaire and tell them. It's like, well, you said so-and-so, so-and-so. It's like, I told you, and I'm doing what I'm doing on my end. It's like, why are you not converting the leads like you said you're going to convert them? We're sending you this many leads. Why are they not converting? So I'll let him go into that.
Yeah. So like the basic challenge is that like you feel like you're too salesy, you're too slimy, or like you're too pitchy and all that. And the reason why you feel that way is because you have not gotten permission from somebody to pitch. And you don't actually pitch, you like show them behind the scenes, or like you pull back the curtains, here's how programs like this work. And so it's easier for you to demand a price when it's like, this is how the program works. This is how much it costs. Like a Lamborghini salesperson doesn't say like, oh, I built the car, I can charge whatever I want. No, the car costs fucking money, right? And that's all a function of bad onboarding. And so when you talk to a lawyer or a doctor or an accountant, they don't like say like, hey, did you want to like, just pay me and I'll do your taxes. You're like, no, that's fucking weird. Like, can we talk a little bit first? Like doctors have consultations, agencies have onboarding sessions. Makes sense, right? And so what I do is I have about a 15-minute conversation with my client. It's recorded. And I say, we're going to review this first and figure out if it makes sense to take the next step, if I can beat your numbers, and ultimately show you how much the start thing costs. And they say, great, fine, perfect, right? So that's the transition from onboarding to pitch. But in the onboarding questions, I usually say like, hey, Mr. Johnson, the way I run these sessions is I ask you a bunch of questions, and then we're going to see if it makes sense taking the next step. They say, great. And so some of the questions are like, so how many leads are you currently getting from your online marketing? And they tell me it's either 0 or 100. Like there's no like exact number. It's like, I don't know, 4 or like 1 billion. Like they never know, right? Which means if you know, you can provide clarity, and all of a sudden it's easy for them to say month after month. How many of those leads turn to customers? Are we talking like you generate 4 leads a month, they all turn to customers? Are you generating 100 leads a month and 2 turn into customers? If that's the case, by the way, I've got an awesome soap opera sequence campaign that can reignite those old leads. How many leads do you expect in the next month, and have you closed Facebook ads before? And I have about 15 of these questions, which include who's your best closer and how fast do they respond to inquiries? Am I going to be sending you phone calls that ring off the hook, or am I sending you phone calls that are going to be picked up immediately? And they say, oh, we always pick the phone calls immediately. So I write it down, right? Like, and you always pick up the phone immediately, which by the way is like when I then start sending them phone calls and they don't pick up immediately, and I send 5 in one day and their phone doesn't get picked up at all, I get to yell at them. You said you do it, but you didn't. So what the fuck? Like, I built this program specifically to work because of what you filled out here. This is what you said your part of the deal was. This is why your marketing isn't working. And so this is like a cover your ass type thing. I do it with all my clients, all my future clients. And when you do this correctly, a couple things happen. The first is that you get permission to pitch. Like, yeah, I can definitely meet or beat these numbers. The second is you develop an awesome fucking reputation with someone who knows what they're doing. And the third is if you can actually meet or beat their numbers. So like this happened. This is the only time I've never done an onboarding session. I did it with a lawyer. And I was like, yeah, it's $2,900 a month, sure, whatever. Close the deal over the phone. He's jumping up and down. Great. 5 minutes later, he sends a check, or he just pays the invoice. And 2 months later, I find out that he's generating thousands of leads a month. Thousands. How am I going to beat that shit, right? He's got Facebook ads guys on staff, right? Like, why would I ever take that contract? I didn't know that I was set up for failure because I didn't do onboarding docs, right? Contrast that to the car wash, where I'm generating 10 to 15 customer opportunities a day. Their phone is ringing 4 to 5 times a day. And he says people pick up immediately. Guess what? Your staff has never picked up one fucking phone. Like, how about that, Mr. Johnson, right? And so once you establish the fact that we wrote it down, it's somewhat official, it's in stone, kind of, and it's recorded, and I built a program based upon this, well, all of a sudden your chances of keeping your client are much, much higher. Like, everybody wants Arnold Schwarzenegger as a trainer to slap the Taco Bell out of the mouth, right? Just like slap it out of the mouth, like no Taco Bell, and then drag them to the gym. The onboarding docs will let you do that. So I always do onboarding docs every single time. And then from there, I transition into the pitch, which kind of looks like that over there. I mean, it's always slightly different, but it's always like the 7 steps. And then I have my proposal right here. And then I say, when do you want your results to start? And they say tomorrow. I say, if that's the case, you're gonna have to write them a check today. And then they say, okay. And then you start closing like, 2-3 deals a week at 2-3K a month. And fuck, you're doing $100,000 really fucking fast. So that kind of idea.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting that you say that, because I know you said you talked to a lawyer, you just talked to a rabbi, you talked to a car wash. So all these people are pretty much, in in your business, in your agency, you're running ads for them or doing some type of social media something for them. So how important is it to, because a lot of people talk about niching down. So if you're first starting out, do we need to niche down or do we need to?
Don't niche. Niching is fucking stupid. Do not niche. It's absolutely worst you can do. Like when you niche, you tell half the world that you don't want to do business with them. Like, oh my God, I'm only doing Facebook ads for chiropractors. What about the 90 fucking other businesses that are within like 3 walking blocks of you? You saying you don't want to do business with them? No, I would do their business. So stop saying you do Facebook ads for a chiropractor. Say you do Facebook ads. How about that, buddy? Like when you go to networking events and you're a normal human being, you're going to have 5 to 10 people saying, I have a problem with my Facebook ads. Can you check? And you go, oh, no, I only do Facebook ads for dentists. And they're like, it's fucking Facebook ads. What are you talking about, right? And so the whole strategy behind this is do business with as many people as you can. And then once you hit 20, 30, 40, 50K a month consistently, then you can start specializing it. You can call it niching if you want. I think niching is stupid. I think it's bad for you. And everybody that watches is going to be like, well, what about Jordan Parker that's doing $1 million fucking dollars a year? I go, yeah, what about 99 other people just like Jordan Parker that niched in the wrong fucking place? Like the second you niche, you're going to say, I only want to do Facebook ads for chiropractors. You're going to be watching all the dentists making a fuck ton of money. Oh God. All right. So I'm going to do Facebook ads for dentists. And then, you know what? All the gyms are going to be like Alex Mehr. Fuck. And now you do Facebook ads for gyms. And you're bouncing between all three, thinking you have to be an expert to like, you have to like niche and blah, blah, get to deals. No, you don't. You don't need like case studies or previous results or experience to land a 2 to 3K month client. People in my fucking group are doing it all goddamn day. You just need to do onboarding, pitch, and then ask when they want to start. That's all you have to do. That's all you have to fucking have to do. Like nobody asks a cop for credentials. It's just how it works, right? Like it's just, you don't need to niche and you shouldn't have to niche and you don't want to niche because the second you niche, your brain is going to say, what about the grass is greener over there? And the reason why you niche is because you think you have to be an expert and beat them at their own game. You're not going to beat somebody with 30 years of dentist experience. It's not going to happen. They don't want you to beat them. Let them be the fucking dentist expert. You just be good at Facebook ads. And by the way, you don't have to be great at Facebook ads. You just have to be not shitty. And then they'll pay you more money. So like, it's totally 100% doable. You should not be letting your shitty brain tell you that you have to be an expert, that you have to niche, nothing like that. Do business with normal human beings. I've got car washes, bike shops, child psychologists, fucking rabbi. There's people in my group that are landing like, what's it called? Storage facilities. Like, it's just, it makes total sense. Like Steph Sign has like 15 massage spas. She just landed this like placement company that's paying her $4K a month to do Facebook ads. She's got 5 to 10 other clients outside of massage spas. And she's like, I don't know why people call me the massage spa lady because I do other Facebook ads. Like, I'm not going to say no to money. And you shouldn't when you're starting out, but that's what you do when you say you're niching. So don't fucking niche. Go do Facebook ads. Date everybody, then figure out who you want to marry. That should be like your approach. And so that's my 2 cents. You know what I mean? That kind of idea.
And I know Dalen just said, it says they consider you an expert as long as you know more things about them when you do Facebook ads.
Correct.
So actually, I want to be, I guess, kind of play a little skeptic here, you know, and kind of pique your interest, get your thoughts on this, you know, because as far as a lot of people say you need to niche down, especially in the beginning, because they say you need to figure out, I guess, a particular problem that, you know, industry or a company has. So what are your thoughts on that?
So the problem that a company has is generating new customers. End of fucking discussion. Like generating new customers. They don't expect you to know like hydraulic nucleic acid on the inside of an E that's coming up in like 6 months. That's extra shit that like will happen when you're doing $500,000 a month. Don't fucking worry about that. Like you can get to 20, 30K a month. You can get your change my life forever dollar driven number. You can make like you can make $250,000 a year without niching and only doing business with people that you can like live, work, and play near. Like I'm looking at my landing page right now, which is where I put on my testimonials. So there's a guy who just signed a water tank company, right? That's not a niche, right? This guy's signed a bike company. We got a local spa. We've got a 55 and over continuing retirement care community. We've got a med spa. We've got a yoga studio. We've got a car wash. We've got a liposuction person. We've got a Pilates. We've got a refrigeration company, an eyelash studio, a carpet cleaner. Like these are not niche conversations. These are normal fucking businesses. And there's no way in hell that you can get enough case studies or experience or results or whatever to land $1,000 a month eyelash studio, right? But for some reason, people watching this are saying, I need to have 30 years of experience and know all the fucking journals before I can get a dentist at $500 a month or $1,000 a month or $1,500. It's not true. It's not true at all. I signed a dentist at $2,200 without any previous results, case studies, or experience. The reason why people are not buying from you is because your sales process sucks. Like, you don't know what the fuck you're doing. You don't know how to drive your car. If you know how to drive your car, you drive any fucking car, right? So you just have to like keep dating people until you find the one you want to get married. Keep dating your customers until you find the one that you want to niche. And don't even have a conversation about niching or specializing until you hit 20, 30, 40, 50K a month. And then, and only then can you begin to specialize and send out a signal to the universe that like, hey, we're doing like car wash ads. And here's what's cool, by the way. Niching is simply changing one fucking word in your pitch. That's it. Hey, everybody, my name is Jeff Miller, and I want to let you know that I generate between 30 and 40 customer opportunities a month for dentists in Miami. Guess what? You want to do a new niche? Hey, everybody, my name is Jeff Miller, and I want to let you know I generate 30, 40 customer opportunities for chiropractors every single month. You want to fucking niche again? Like, it's that, right? So like this whole, like the fundamental problem in niching is like, you think you have to be an expert. You don't. You think you have case studies. You don't. You don't have to solve a particular problem for a business because there's already a problem with your business that's right next door to you and you fucking know what it is. Like you don't have to eat one type of food, guys. There's a fucking farm around you. Like, just fucking eat. Go get a client. Like, it's not fundamentally difficult. And the problem is like when you say like I have to niche, it's because your brain is lying to you. Like, there's just no other way around it. Like somebody signed a music company. There's a Pilates studio again, a vein and skin company. Some guy charged like $2,000 for funnels, a gym. Like, all this shit is non-niching. It's do business with real life human beings, on board to figure out the problems, charge for solving their problems, and magically they'll pay you money every fucking time. So those kind of ideas.
Wow, that's kind of interesting you said that, because I mean, that's the way I thought coming into, the field and the agency, as far as everybody. I mean, you're generating leads for everybody. I mean, every company needs leads. I mean, you need leads for your business, you need leads for your agency. So every company needs leads. So as long as you're, providing leads and finding leads for them, then, you can pretty much generate your services to everybody, or give your services to everybody. So that's kind of the way, that's the way I thought about it. But then, I had other people telling me other things, and you hear all these other people like, well, yeah, you need to niche down, get case studies and all this stuff. You need to, find a particular type of company too. And I guess yeah.
How about you do a case study for a fucking rabbi? There's no fucking case studies for rabbis, right? Like, there's no case studies for bike shops or car washes. Like, you can't go to the case study store and buy a case study for a fucking vet clinic, right? Like, it's not going to happen. And what's interesting, by the way, like, you think like, oh, I'm just going to take something off the shelf and shove it into your business. You're going to pay me money. That's probably not true. Like, you have to have an honest conversation with the people you want to do business with and to figure out their problems and create a program to solve it. As it turns out, it's called the Wallet Campaign for Me. Have your own fucking name. Don't take it. But like, just because you have a case study doesn't mean people will pay you money. Like, hey, Mr. Johnson, here's a case study on how like I generated 1,000 appointments for an eyelash studio. Do you want to pay me $200 a month? No, fuck off, internet person. And meanwhile, I'll come in and be like, hey, Mr. Johnson, nice to meet you. Oh, yeah, I know Mr. Alex down the street. That's so funny. I hear you're having Facebook ad problems. Can I show you how I generate 30 customer opportunities a month for like Mr. Johnson's vet clinic? But we'll do it for you for eyelashes. Are you sure that would work? Yeah, come on by. I'll show you. Hey, great. Onboarding session. What's your biggest problem with your business? My biggest problem with my business is not lead generation. Oh, look at that shit. My biggest problem is actually turning these leads into money. Well, isn't that funny? Because I've got a program that will not just generate leads, but actually turn them into money. Let me show you how it works. And then I land somebody at like $2,000 a month while the guy charging $200 a month can't do shit. And so it's because you have to have a conversation, which is like, God fucking forbid, you make money more than just by sending an email. But yeah, that type of stuff. That's how I usually end my rants.
And we had actually, I guess it was a thought. It says the reason why they ask for case studies is because they do not trust you. So
right.
how do you develop trust between them? I mean, obviously, yeah, I know you just mentioned, you say, yeah, we're helping so-and-so else down the street. Yeah. So how do you develop trust with somebody who doesn't even know you?
Yeah. So use your face, which is like what human beings have been using for a whole fucking existence. Like, use your face. Like, when you meet people in person, they will trust you. If you're a normal human being, put on your normal people skin, go to an in-person marketing event, go to a networking event, go to Chamber of Commerce, BNI, Meetup, Eventbrite, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Go and be a normal human being. Hey, my name is Jeff Miller. I'm starting a Facebook ad agency. I didn't say I'm an expert. I didn't say I'm running an agency. I didn't say I was growing. I'm starting a Facebook ad agency. Cool. Now when I fuck up, it's okay. I'm not expected to have all the information in the world. Just like if somebody said like, hey, I'm starting an insurance agency. Oh, well, what didn't you know about blah, blah, blah? Fuck you. I'm starting an insurance agency. Jeff, how are you not the absolute Facebook ads expert on everything? I'm not, because I'm starting a Facebook ads agency. I'm starting a legal company, or whatever the fuck it is. I'm starting an accounting company. I'm starting a tax office. When you're starting out, you don't have to be an expert in everything. You just have to be a human being. And when you meet them in person and you let them bitch about their problems and they say you could solve them, they will know you and they will like you. They won't trust you yet. They will trust your process. And so that's why you have like your 7 steps. I call it the wallet up campaign. Like, here's the 7 steps. We run customer research so we don't have to be experts in your niche. I don't have to be an expert in your specific thing. I have to be an expert in asking your future customers. Oh, no shit, right? Then Facebook ads and the rest of the 7 steps. So once you meet normal human beings in an in-person event, just like I met you, like, great, KTL, know, like, trust, really fucking fast. Make sure your profile confirms and converts. Make sure it doesn't look like a drunk surgeon. Fucking Trump shit. Fucking politics shit. Nothing about cats or memes. Facebook stuff makes total sense. When you meet people and all of a sudden they don't message you back, it's because they looked you up on Facebook and saw a message that was conflicting with the message you were sending them in person. The biggest reason why people that are starting an agency have drop-off rate, that's what it's called. Like, they never signed, they never called back, they're ghosting me, is because they looked you up on the internet and they saw a big box of bullshit. So make sure your Facebook profile confirms and converts. Nobody's going to buy food from a skinny chef, and nobody's going to buy personal training from a fat personal trainer. Make sure your shit lines up. You know what I mean? And so when you go to real life human being events like Chamber of Commerce's BNI, pay $12. Just pay the $12 for lunch. It's probably shitty. Who gives a fuck? You're going to meet 30, 40, 50 human beings. You're going to say hi to all of them, and they're going to know you, right? And then they're going to look you on Facebook, so they're probably going to like you or trust you. And then once you show them a program, it's not about trusting you. It's about trusting the program. Like, I don't have to fucking like my Honda dealer because it's a fucking Honda, right? I don't have to like the Lamborghini car salesperson because I'm buying a Lamborghini. I don't have to like the Express person because it's Express. So have a thing, like have that. And mine's the wallet out campaign. Shit, you can name it whatever the fuck you want, but just show them how the program works, and then say, like, you're probably wondering how much the darn thing costs. They're going to say yes, and you tell them, and then they pay you money. Like, that's why I record all my pitch meetings, so that I can like show it. Like, I record the rabbi pitch meeting. It's going in my group later today. Like, I've got the car wash and all that shit, because like I tell people about it, they have no fucking idea what I mean. Like, just watch the video. And so,
yeah, that's true. Videos tell all. But I mean, I don't know how much. I mean, if you guys are finding value, put a 2 in the comments. Put a hashtag ABM. Always be moving. That's our motto here in my group. So the thing is, he just gave you guys a lot of and Dalen says he couldn't agree more. He says use social media for profit, not pleasure. Social media is your business card. Yeah, that's what I wanted to touch on too. He's giving you guys, I guess he just gave a lot of value in there. First, he told you pretty much how you can go out and acquire leads. He said go to a BNI, go to different business events. So there's your lead acquisition. And then he said even with profile, that's how leads come to you, as far as how you optimize your profile. You make sure that whatever your message is, that you're reaching out to, not just well, in his terms, not just one particular niche or one particular company, not just to dentists or not just to chiropractors, not just to one niche, but just reach out to all business owners and let them know that you can bring them leads. And I mean, that's just a lot of value that he is giving. So if you want to reach out to him, and hashtag every always be moving. So
the protein powder is everywhere. I spilled it all over.
Well, that's pretty interesting. So obviously you see that Jeff is always moving. I mean, he's moved like 5 or 6 different times. He's been in and out of the frame. And
I've got a desk bike. So like, this is my stand-up desk, and now I'm pedaling on my bike, right? So like, when I'm on my conference calls that take too long, I'm not fucking sitting, right? That's gonna hurt your lower back, ruin your brain. I'm just on my desk bike pedaling away. I did like 200 calories today so far. Just kind of like keep going like this, but it looks weird on a conference call because then I end up doing this shit. But yeah,
that's fine if you want to pedal, man. We don't care. That's, as long as you're moving, as long as you're doing something, that's what it's all about. But so that's not coffee in your cup. It's just what, protein?
It's coffee. It's a little bit of coffee, mostly hot water. I just choked my coffee. Then there's vitamin C because I feel like I'm getting sick, and then a protein powder that's vegetarian. But it looks absolutely horrible. It looks like there's a fungus in my cup. Like, it just, the color is so bad. It's horrible.
What's it taste like?
It tastes the grossest thing I've ever had in my life. Like, do not do this. It's so bad.
So that means it's healthy then. If the worse it gets, the healthier it is for your body.
And then I've got from Amazon, I call it dirt, but it's green superfood. It's fucking dirt.
Oh, I think I've tried that. I might have tried that before.
It's so gross. Absolutely horrible.
But yeah, I was looking at your shirt. What is on your shirt? The front of your shirt.
This is Ryan Levasque, right? So
I can't really see.
Yeah, so it's Ryan Levasque, and he's wearing my T-shirt, but that wasn't intentional. So like I've got my butt group, right? Like the ass fam and all that, and I wanted a really cool T-shirt, which ended up. This is like version 2 of my T-shirt, which is like it's awesome. I'm proud of it. I think it's super fun. This is like my 10K T-shirt. Oh, these T-shirts always smell so bad when you open them. Like, here we go. So this is like a cool shirt, right? Like, look, there's a butt, 10K, all that fun stuff. Like we gave out free earlier today. But this was version 1 of my shirt. And so Ryan Levasque, he's Stanford Brown neurologist, like, fuck that and make $1 million. And he did it like 52 weeks in a row. And he bases his whole business on customer research. It's like, that's so smart. I did it. So I do it for my program. And it fucking works. And I wanted a T-shirt for my ass fam. I call this T-shirt company in Miami. I was like, I want a T-shirt with a butt on it and ass fam. I'm not a T-shirt person. I don't know what it should be. You're the T-shirt person. So I'm going to pay you money. You make me a good T-shirt. And they go, okay. So they send me a picture of a butt on an ass fam underneath. It's the grossest shit I've ever seen. Like, it's not even like artistic. They just like did a fucking like a paint. Like they just put on, like, there's nothing exciting to it. It's just like, it looks like something I would do. I was like, this is fucking horrible. I can't believe you guys do this. Like, make it better and make it look like this guy's shirt. So I screenshot Ryan Levasque talking. That's what this is. It's still got the play button, and I screenshot and I sent it to him. I'm like, okay, we can make that. I was like, great. I'm going to Amsterdam. Come back in 2 weeks. Make sure that shit is in my office by then. They say, fine. They're like 3 blocks that way. Come back. The shirt is there. I'm super sick. I put it on. And it's a picture of Ryan Levasque wearing the shirt that I wanted. I was like, what the fuck? Like, is this like some bad joke? Like, it's literally Ryan Levasque. It's still a screenshot with the ass fam and the butt. And I was like, wait, did this T-shirt company just send me a picture of the shirt that I wanted with the guy of the shirt that I wanted? Like, did you send me a screenshot and put it on a shirt? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, I can't believe you did that. So I call him. I was like, hey, I got your shirt. And like, he was like, I hope you like it. I was like, are you sitting down? And she's like, yes. And I was like, all right, I want you to look around the office. Is there anybody in the office? She's like, yeah, there's like 4 people. I was like, okay, I want you to sit down, look at the office, and figure out who the stupidest fucking person in the room is, because this is what you did. And then I sent them the Loom video while I was still talking to him, so I could see her watching while I was talking to him. I was like, you sent me a T-shirt of a guy wearing the T-shirt, and you sent it with the play button still on it. So I know you guys did like the least work about it possible. Like, I don't want a refund. I just want you to sit around and figure out who the dumbest person in your office is. And that was a conversation. Like, I am so mind blown about like how so many people looked at this and thought it was what like a problem aware person wanted. Like, I don't know shit about T-shirts. I had a problem. I said I wanted these 2 things on it. Figure it out. And then they fucking sent me this, and I was like, you guys are unbelievable. So I hired a different guy on the internet, based out of Morocco, that ended up doing this, and I was like, that's perfect. That's exactly what I wanted, right? Like, there's the butt, and like it says hash fam and all that shit. But like, I wear this as like a great example of like why you have to speak something called tribal language. Like, tribal language is language that people use to describe their problems. You're not speaking the same language, you don't fucking have any idea. And this lady was not using my tribal language. She was using her tribal language, which is like, you tell me what you want. And I'm going, I don't fucking know what I want. You're the T-shirt person. You figure it out. What's interesting is most people who run Facebook ads take that approach. They say, Mr. Johnson, you tell me what you want. Mr. Johnson's problem aware. He's got a problem in the business. He's not generating leads. He doesn't know about the solution. He's problem aware. So it's up to you as the Facebook ads person to show a path that will solve that. You have to be the solution provider, not the Facebook ads guy, not the email guy, a solution too. And so, for example, with the guy that created this, he said, Jeff, you don't know anything about T-shirts. I'm going to show you 4 or 5 designs. You pick the one that you want. And I said, deal. So he sent me one like this. I was like, that's the one that I want. He said, great. I'm going to send you 3 or 4 different T-shirts and textures. Pick the one you want. I said, great. You got it. He didn't dare ask me what I wanted. Just like we as Facebook ads agencies should not ask what our clients want. We should ask about the end result that they want, and we will help them get there. So that's like the end of that. I feel like we're getting some good like 90-second chunks, you know. So
yeah, we are. We got a lot of yeah. I know Dean just joined us. Who else just joined in? Nikos joined. Nelson joined. And Dean says, sell the solutions, not the process.
Yeah,
which is, yeah, that's true.
good shit.
So, yeah. So yeah, actually we need to go ahead and start, closing down. I know, yeah, this is fire. Dean said this is fire. So yeah, actually, and you guys, I don't know what happened to Facebook. They pretty much promoted it out late because just a ton of people just hopped on already right when we're getting ready to shut everything down. Yes, that's kind of how it works. And usually, actually, I forgot to ask Kim this, but if you had one superpower, what would it be and why? I usually ask all my guests.
I would pick pooping money because it would be money. Like that would be my superpower. Just eat too much sushi and hundreds just shoot up my butt. That would be my fucking superpower. Like there's nothing else. Like flying or like be made of rock. Fuck you. I want to poop money. Like if that's all I did, my life would be fucking amazing. Like that.
Wow, that's pretty interesting. Where your waste would be money instead of actual excrement and waste.
And I'll bet you nobody else has dared answer like that, right? Everyone else is like, I think invisibility or like telekinesis. No, fuck you. I want to eat sushi and shit money. That's what I want to do.
That's of course he'd say that. Yeah, we're actually going to end on this note right here. Of course, after all that about the story and everything, and the T-shirt and all that, and then of course that would be the typical answer that he would give. So yes, but how can people reach you, Jeff? I mean, obviously the group. Obviously, do you have any as far as the programs? Oh yeah, and I wanted to do this too. Wanted to congratulate him. I know we talked about it before we hopped on, but yeah, just in case you guys, obviously all the value that he gave, obviously what he the value that he has, so what he's doing online and everything. But just to vouch for that, he's actually part of Andrew's cruisy $250,000 club. So that's just just a side note, just to throw that in there as well. But how else can people reach out to you, Jeff?
So just join my Facebook group. It's bit.ly/butt, BUTT group in all caps. Or Mike will drop like a link if you feel like it. I usually respond to PMs every now and then, so that's no big deal. Try not to tag me on stuff because I just removed it off my timeline. But yeah, if you want to join the Ask Fam movement and all that fun stuff, just join the group and we'll see you on the other side.
All right. Thanks so much, Jeff, for joining us. And yeah, actually, I can vouch that he does actually answer, DMs and, PMs, private messages and stuff, because he's hit me. I asked him a couple of questions, especially right after the conference. And he answered some of my questions and stuff. So hit him up. I know, he's busy and everything, but I mean, he still does make time to view his inbox. So I do appreciate you joining. And thank you for everybody that was on here. Hashtag ABM, always be moving, and hit Jeff up. And I can drop a link in there if he wants me to. He can send it to me and all that stuff. But thanks. And if you have any questions, reach out to him, and we will see you guys on the next one. Have a good one.
Bye.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? I am live here with Gustin, and we just wanted to get on here and gives everybody some knowledge about storytelling. I know he does a lot as far as storytelling. He does funnels. He does, I guess he creates, amazing offers and everything. But I just kind of wanted to get on here and let everybody know that, just let him give you some information about storytelling. I think he's been in the business for about 2 years now. So, if, anybody that's joining us now, hashtag live if you're on live, and hashtag replay if you were on replay. I guess just to get everything, started. How, I guess I was looking at your page yesterday and noticed that you had, I guess it was a specific quote, about your why. And, you said, I guess one morning your wife, I guess left you a note that said, "So grateful that we're allowed to be home, thanks to you." So, I mean, could you tell us, a little bit about that as far as your why and everything, and just, help everybbe else understand why they need a why?
Yeah, man. Well, first of all, thanks for having me. Super excited to be here. I always think that the why is very important. And the reason to that is because, first of all, so many entrepreneurs get into the game just for the money. and then they wonder why it's not working. And like it took me 8 months to get my first client. And so during that time, I had to have a strong why. I had to have something deeper than myself and something bigger than myself, because if not, I would just gone back to a job, gone back to something safe. But that why pushed me when we almost ended up homeless, when we couldn't pay the bills, when we couldn't pay the rent, stuff like that. So the why always pushed me to find a way, even if it took me a long time. But as I did that, I also grew stronger. So now when I face difficulties and now when I face different stuff, I know it's a part of the game. I know it's going to be there, but I don't see it as a struggle. I see it as a building block. I see it as a part of who I'm becoming. And I think that's aligned with my why, is the person I'm becoming. I know like the only reason I'm not where I want to be yet is because I'm not that person yet. Like even if I was if I had $1 billion business, I couldn't handle it because I'm not that person yet. So I think, yeah, it's also one of the reasons why I say you should always work on yourself first, because that way you're prepared for the success that you'll have in the future.
That's good. That's good that you say that. And then I wrote down something as far as, because you see, I guess a lot of people talking about, a lot of gurus talking about how they, scaled their agency so quickly. And, they got, so many clients within a certain amount of time. But I mean, you heard it from Gustin here, who just said, he had, it took him 8 months to get his first
Yeah.
client. So, I mean, that's the importance of having a why, because
Yeah, and I mean, after that, like it's pretty much copy paste or like duplication after that. So once you have a client, and I did it the wrong way. So there's the wrong way to do it, and then there's the right way to do it. I did it the wrong way, and it took me 8 months to get one client. But then as soon as I got a client, I could just duplicate that process and get more clients. So I think for everybody who's struggling right now and they're just getting started, I think one, they should pick a niche. That's one thing I did. Like one of the mistakes that I did was just going and trying to help everybody. And that put me in a position of like a generalist, not a specialist. So if you can pick a niche and become really good at helping those people within that niche, now you can, for example, if you, let's say that you help restaurants, just to take an example, and you become like, you give them a result, say you get them 30 new leads every week or something, whatever. Now you can create a case study of that and give that to other restaurant owners. And now you become that person who's like the go-to guy, the big fish in a small pond, compared to just being the guy who's doing like graphic design, video, photo, website, funnels, Facebook ads, Instagram link. Like they're doing everything for everybody. And that means they're not a specialist at anything. They're just a generalist for everybody.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, and
Specialist versus generalist. So yeah, a lot of people, especially when they're first getting into the arena. I mean, I'm kind of the same way even right now. Just what niche do you go after? A lot of people have a hard time going after or niching down, so they say, just picking one particular niche, because I guess they see the need. I mean, obviously every business needs this, but I mean, just as Gustin said, you need to niche down. And actually, I just wanted him to go over, I guess, storytelling and everything, because I mean, I heard, Tai Lopez is big on this as far as, developing a story for not just your own business and your own agency, but, for your clients as well. So, I mean, I guess, what are some practical things that we can do as far as, just develop a story just around a certain brand? Because actually, I was talking to a guy, I guess, the other day, we're actually thinking about going after a few restaurants as far as partnership and everything, but he had or actually I did too, had a hard time as far as just restaurants and everything. How can you develop a story for a restaurant? I mean, I don't know which niche or anything like that you're in, but I mean, do you have any ideas for that? Or
so right now I'm in the niche of coaches and consultants. So I switched to that niche because I always follow my passion, and I'm really passionate working with people, not just corporations. Like I want to be like more one-on-one and see an individual come from zero and grow. But yeah, so that's my niche right now, and that's pretty much like lead generation and clients. But and that's, like I said, like when you work with coaches and consultants, that's like building a personal brand. So I work with their storyline, like their backstory, their background, their epiphany moment, the struggles, the ups and downs, and everything that like led them to the person that they are today, and leveraging that to build a brand that then builds connection with their audience, so that they can get clients, especially inbound clients. So we focus a lot on that. But you're asking like, how can a restaurant owner use storytelling in their business, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, yeah. So there's many ways to use storytelling. For an example, let's say that you're hosting an event, so or whatever. Like I'm just taking an example of my like on the top of my mind. But say you're hosting an event, or you're doing a like, what's the wrong way of doing that? What's the way that most people are doing it? It's just like putting it out there, or it's kind of like launching a course. So I'm like, hey, I just launched this course. It's amazing. And just talking about the features and benefits. It's 20% off for the first 10 people. It's really good. It's going to help you with X, Y, and Z. And then listing the stack, and that's it. And then crickets. Because nobody has a connection to why you're doing what you're doing. They just know the benefit, and everybody has benefits and focus on quality. Yeah, we're better than everybody else. So even for a restaurant, if everybody goes and like, yeah, our food is the best and our price is the lowest, and they just focus on benefits and features, they're no different than anybody else. But as soon as you put a face behind the business and you use stories, for example, we did an example with one of our local clients here, and we took professional photos of the thing that they're doing versus the person behind, the people behind the things that they're doing. So, we just put it out there, got a couple of likes on the professional photo with a good text. But then we did a new post with the person behind doing it, how, what the person liked doing, why they love customer service, why they love what they're doing and serving their community and stuff like that. And it got to a more personal level. So now their audience got context to the content and understood the person behind it. And suddenly it became, because you see a lot of business owners and companies that just like robots, like, yeah, you have a nice website design, but who are you behind your website? Like, who are the people working there? Why are you doing what you're doing? And there's no connection really. So that seems spammy. But as soon as you talk about why you're hosting the event, maybe you include a little bit of social proof, testimonials of people that you've worked with, and suddenly you're not buying from the business, you're buying from the people who owns the business. So for example, if it's a restaurant owner, what are some personalities or characteristics of the restaurant personnel, not just the owner, but the people working there? Like, how are the people in there? Are they like, what's the brand style, so to speak? Like, are they like humorous people? Are they premium? Like, what's the brand all about? And when you share that through storytelling, you build a brand message, and that's how you connect with your audience.
Yeah, that's interesting. You said, just to, pick out one key thing that you say, you said, I guess the restaurant pretty much, or the business itself, needs to give context to the content. I guess a lot of people don't understand, what they're buying into, but when you give them, context to, what they're buying into, I think, it's easier to, also not only for I guess the clients you're going after to, to purchase in, but also to, I guess the customers that you're actually servicing for, the business you're servicing.
Yeah.
So that's interesting. I guess.
Also,
go ahead.
Also, yeah, I want to add to the storytelling part. Like, a story can be complicated, like a personal backstory of like a rough childhood or whatever. Like, that could be very complicated. Another way to use storytelling is to touch on the feelings that the service will deliver. So not focusing on the product itself, but the emotions or the status or you know what I mean? So like, for example, Harley Davidson, they're not going like, hey, we got this great engine with blah, blah, blah. They have a picture of the feeling of freedom. So somebody's like driving and the caption says something of like, life is supposed to, something with freedom. And like, you feel from the picture to the copy, it's all about freedom, so that means for their audience, like in order for you to experience true freedom, you need a Harley Davidson. So that's another type of storytelling.
Yeah, that's interesting because I talked to, I don't know if you know Saba Ali or not, but she talks a lot about, psychology and stuff of, marketing and selling and, producing ads online. So that's interesting because when I had an interview with her and she touched on that, just the psychology of marketing and everything. So
yeah,
that's
pretty interesting.
Yeah, because a lot of people really don't think about that. Like I said, pretty much on her interview, it's just people are, they just throw ads up, kind of like paint, man. When you paint, there's a technique that you got to, go through. So, I mean, some people just want to take the bucket and just splatter it all on the wall, So, I mean, as far as, not using a particular brush, because I mean, I don't know, I don't paint that much, but the thing is, I know when I first when I first started painting, it was like, well, which brush do you use? And somebody, I talked to a couple of guys, it's like, well, what you need to do is take the roller and, go up the wall, but don't go all the way because you need a trim brush to go around the trim and the top. So you don't, I guess, especially you're painting on the wall because you got the floorboard and then you got the, the ceiling and everything. But I don't know how I turn this into painting, but, just to use it.
Yeah, but it's the same in marketing. Like there's a psychology behind brand message, but then from like brand awareness to problem awareness to solution awareness to people actually purchasing, there's different levels of content that you can produce that takes them from a prospect to a lead and a customer.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. I guess what would be your, well, let me kind of, I guess, transition a little bit and, talk, I guess, dig deep down into, I guess, your mind or whatever. But what would be, I guess, one thing that you would attribute to your success as far as, just making it through?
A mentor. That's it. A mentor. Yeah, because that's what will change everything for me. So I was doing this on my own, and I was working a lot, long days. I would study YouTube, Google, read books, all of these things, which is great. Like, it's always good to learn. But then one day I was sick and tired of like trying to come up with everything myself. And I said, like, there has to be a better way. And I just had to model after somebody who was already doing what I wanted to do. So I went online, I went on Facebook, and I said, okay, who's in my age? Because I didn't want to like learn from a Tony Robbins or somebody. Like, I wanted somebody my age, a little bit ahead. So like 6 figures ish, not 7, 8 figure people. Like, I'm a 0, I want to learn to 6 figures. Okay, I did that. I got to 1K per month, to 10K per month, now to 20K per month. And so I always learn from like people above me. And I think they just show me the path. And as entrepreneurs, we always want to create our own paths, and we always want to be creative, which is fine, but just use the frameworks or the blueprint from somebody else. And once that is working, you can add your own taste to it, your own flavors, your own personality and stuff like that.
Yeah, I'm smiling because I just read a book, Still Like an Artist, and it's pretty much the basis of the book is pretty much you just look at other people's content and then just put it into, their other words. Because the guy that wrote the book, he's actually an artist, and he said, what makes an artist original is the fact that they take different things from a lot of people and they make it their own. So that's interesting that you say that, because I mean, I know a lot of entrepreneurs, I guess. Somebody told me, one of my mentors actually told me, I have several mentors as well. So one of them told me, a lot of people don't, a lot of people don't start because they don't know, they're scared about, creating new content. But the thing is, I don't know if you're a follower of the Bible or not, but I know a lot of people know the Bible, so they know quotes in the Bible. But the thing is, the Bible talks about there's nothing new under the sun. So, anything that, I mean, everything that we've seen, everything that we've done, I mean, look, the screen that we're looking up on, pretty much somebody might have thought about this, back in whenever, the 18, 17, 1600s. But the thing is, they didn't implement it back then. So, I mean, there's really nothing new under the sun. So, and then obviously,
I like how you took the Bible and found marketing strategies there.
Oh, actually, some people use the Bible as a marketing strategy. So, well, I won't go into that, but that'll be kind of controversial. But yeah, let's see. Yeah, so I guess what is one thing that I guess you would say that most entrepreneurs see you doing that they would not do? I mean, as far as, how do you go outside of the lines? I mean, what do you think that one particular thing or several things that you do that a lot of other entrepreneurs don't do, and some entrepreneurs would actually find the fact that you're doing it, just inappropriate or not right, or they don't agree with it?
Well, one of the things is 2017, I had 4 days off. So one of the days I had off was when we got our first baby. I mean, 1 year old. And that was one day I had off. But then the next day already, I was back, we're in the hospital and we're waiting to get home. And my phone is ringing, I have my laptop, and I'm back to work. And so that's something controversial. Of, like, people don't realize that I have to work harder. But like, I work a lot. So I work anything between 12 to 16 hours per day. And people don't always resonate with that. They don't agree. They're like, yeah, that's not healthy. You have a wife and a kid. Like, I get it. But at the same time, if you have ambitions, like if you have goals, you have to prioritize. Like, you always have to give up some, like there's, for example, there's books and videos and stuff about having it all, which is completely false. You can have it all. Like, you cannot have it all. You have to give up things and you have to sacrifice things. And it's up to you to choose what you want to sacrifice. Because if you never sacrifice anything, then what you want will become the sacrifice. So I think for me, I sacrifice a lot of time with my family, with my friends. I sacrifice traveling. Like, I see an event in the US and I'm like, that would be cool, but it would take me a week. So it would take me 2 days to travel there, and then 2 days at the event, 2 days back. And then I have jet lag because I'm from Finland and stuff like that. So I'm like, I have to sacrifice things like that to be productive in my own business. And that's just because my ambitions are that big that I need to be focused, like laser focused on one thing and not doing all these different things. Another thing that I think most people do is having shiny object syndrome. So I think, again, if you can not look at what everybody else is doing, and if you can produce more content than you're consuming, you don't have to worry about what everybody else is doing. And I think, yeah, that's helped me also be productive and be focused on what I need to do.
Yeah, you're dropping some key points on here. I mean, if you guys are agreeing with this, whoever's on, I know Devin hopped on with us. What's going on, Devin? And I just wanted to, I mean, he's dropping some, key knowledge here as far as, sacrifices. Like, look, he said, you're going to have to sacrifice some kind of way. A lot of people don't think about that. A lot of people say, well, I'm just going to, continue to live my normal life, go to my 9-to-5 job, not try to, develop a business or start a business or anything. And, the fact is, they're sacrificing their time pretty much just like, you're saying now, sacrificing your time. So, I mean, either you're going to sacrifice, in the fact that you're going to lose time with your family, or, you're going to sacrifice in the fact that it's going to be hard. Because, I mean, not every day, especially being an entrepreneur, going against the grain, going against the mold, going against the current is not, it's not always, bright and, dandy and happy and everything. Because, I mean, you heard Gustin say right now, you heard him say at the beginning of the interview, it took him 8 months to get his client. And a lot of y'all are complaining and saying it's like, but you got to understand the process. You got to get through the process. And I mean, that's just interesting you said that. And then I wanted to touch on another point, kind of like, I guess we're kind of going segment by segment, but I want to jump back to the other segment because I wrote it down, but then, we kind of transitioned a little bit. But you talked about mentors and just having mentors. I mean, the thing is, there's only certain things that you can do on your own, because you heard Gustin say, he was trying to, do a lot of it on his own. He said he was doing everything he needed to do as far as the training. He was reading books, but nothing was really, happening. So sometimes you have to, well, I know somebody once said, some things can't be taught, like in a classroom, but some things only can be caught. So, the way that you catch stuff is, just by, hanging around or seeing other people doing it. So, I mean, I don't know, how do you pick your mentors, Gustin, as far as, who do you go out and look at and say, well, I think I want this guy to, be our lady.
Yeah, good question. Yeah, great question. So I pick my mentors as, like, I ask myself a question, right? I ask myself, like, would I want to switch place with that person? Would I want to live that sort of lifestyle? So even if, let's say I want to launch a course, right? Or a coaching program, and I have two different coaches. One of them is living a life where, you know, he's just partying and he's promoting his business through a party lifestyle and selling the party dream, like, lifestyle. And then we have a coach who's actually working, he's spending time in the business, crafting his product and like really perfecting it. And he's always focused on becoming better. Like, he's always going to events, learning from his mentors and stuff, and always, and then I go like, which one would I rather learn from? They're selling the same thing, but which one would I rather learn from, and which one would I switch place with? So again, that just proves that's just proof that storytelling is key in your business. So because they are telling stories, whether that's through written photos or videos, they're telling stories about their life. And so because they're doing that, I can relate to them, to one or the other. And that's how I pick my mentors.
That's a good point. That's a good point. So I guess we kind of want to transition down. I don't know. Some people think this is a hard question. This will actually be the last question that I ask you. But I don't know. Some people think this is a hard question. I think, you know, just kind of a laid back question. But if you were to have, if you were given the opportunity to have one superpower, what superpower would you choose and why?
So if I was allowed to have one superpower, which one would it be and why?
Yeah.
Honestly, bro, it would be to open the doors of social media, and every message that I put out there would just go and it would be put on all, like, everybody's screens. Because the reason why I do everything I do is it's not just marketing or making money or building a business. Like, I have a deeper why, which is improving the quality of mankind. So I want to inspire people. I want to educate people. I want to free them from for an example, I think freedom, like true freedom, comes not from just making a lot of money, but actually being able to go and not care about what anyone thinks of you. So like, if you want to start a business, not just because a lot of people like, okay, I'm going to start my business. The first thought that they have is, what are my parents going to say? What are my friends going to say? What are they going to think of me? And some people even have people come up to them and be like, yo, you think you're special? You think you're different? Like, why do you think you can do this? You have no degree. Like, I'm a college dropout too. So I get it. Like, a lot of people would ask me, like, why did you have 15 different jobs at the age of 21? Like, why did you drop out of school? Like, maybe you should get your life together. Maybe you should just get a job. Maybe you should just quit and go back to your job. And I think if I can just help people realize that they have God-given gifts and talents that they just have to master and grow into. It's not just about studying and learning. It's about growing into that person that is going to be able to have that sort of business or lifestyle. So I just, like, my superpower would be breaking through all of the social media and the atmosphere out there, and just being able to put my posts and my messages. I want to reform the educational system. I want it to be more problem and solution oriented, not so much information and theory.
Yeah, that's good. You said that. I guess you pretty much just want to, have a superpower to break through the algorithm of no matter what platform it is, and just, you know, just pretty much bypass it and let your information go viral every time you go online. So that's a
yeah,
good
bro.
plan.
That would be, I would have 2 billion impressions per day, bro.
Yeah, that's pretty much unheard of. That's more than a lot of people have. So yeah, but you know, I guess what's the best? What do you say?
Imagine the clients I could get if I said, hey, yo, I'm getting 2 billion impressions per day. You want to hire me?
Yeah, that's a quick hire right there.
Yeah.
But yeah, so Justin, Gustin, what's the best way to for people to reach out to you? I mean, you can send me a link in the box, and I'll just come in and put it down. But if you want to mention it now, that way people can actually, those visual audio people.
Yeah, so the best way to reach me is, so I think my friend request limit has been full for a while, so that's already at 5,000. But you can follow me. So go to my profile and try to friend request me. That will follow me. And once I clean that up more, always delete, the inactive friends, and then we can connect. Always like to connect with like-minded people like you guys in this group, and Mike as well. So that's one way. And then the other way is joining my Facebook group called Personal Branding for Entrepreneurs. So I deliver stuff like personal branding, storytelling, free trainings and stuff like that. Everything you need to grow your personal brand and get clients.
All right. Thanks so much, Gusten, for coming on and dropping wisdom and knowledge for the people. That way they can, help. They can grow their agency quick. They can scale it quick. So I got a motto here, I'll say always be moving, because, an object at rest stays at rest. So anybody that's on here now, hashtag ABM, always be moving. And I got another hashtag, let's go scale. So I appreciate it, Gusten, and we'll be back on.
Thanks for having me.
All right. Thank you. Have a good one, man.
You too. Bye.
All right. All right. Appreciate it, man. I guess what's the easiest way? Actually, you can the links and everything you can send me in your Messenger. And actually what I've been doing is I've been link tracking. Are you still on? Hello? How's everybody doing? We are live with Tracy Wong, and actually I had the privilege of meeting her at J.R. Revis's conference in Atlanta sometime, I think it was last year. So everything is good. She's going to actually come on here, talk to you guys about whatever you're doing, as far as video photography. And I think we're going to actually start out on content at first. And, if you guys are live, hashtag replay. I know that a lot of people are interested in content and how to disperse content. Actually, we were kind of talking in the back as far as she said that she is actually getting ready to do a launch for Akbar Sheath. If you guys have no idea who he is, or whatever he's doing, you need to look him up, Google him, search, Facebook search, YouTube search. And actually my mentor Rob Quinn, I think, was in his program. So I mean, he has a plethora of stuff. I mean, I think he does a lot of stuff with ClickFunnels too, if I'm right, Tracy. But yeah, so she's actually helping him out, as far as his content, his videos and photography, I think. But she'll go a little more into that. And obviously, as you saw from the post, she actually worked for some other big names in the area as well, as far as James Smiley and J.R. Revis. And I just mentioned, Akbar Sheath. So the floor is yours, Tracy. You can just open up, just let people know, how you got interested in photography and all that stuff. How in the world did you get into this space? And then you just pretty much just blew up. So yeah, the floor is yours.
Awesome. I'm really glad to be here, Mike. Thank you so much for allowing me to be on this group. But basically, my name is Tracy Wong. I'm based in Dallas, Texas, and my story is very, very unique. I was actually born in communist China under the one-child policy, and my parents basically illegally had me. And so they found a way to smuggle me out of China along with all my siblings, and I grew up in New Zealand. So if you hear the New Zealand accent, that's where it's from. And I do live in Texas. So I'm going to say y'all with a New Zealand accent. So that's how you can remember me. I'm the Asian gal that says y'all with a New Zealand accent. So basically, how I got started was, I grew up really traditional, and we were an immigrant family. So we're, I have stories of just being super, super poor, not really having a lot of resources when I was growing up. But I went the really traditional route, Asian, went to school, got straight A's, graduated from USC when I was 22, and then landed a corporate all-American 9-to-5. And I did that for about 6 years. And to be honest, I felt really lost during that time. But one thing I always did throughout the entire, time of just going to school and also working was I always had these really insane, really time-consuming, really awesome hobbies. And so I would just always have a side hustle. I was a makeup artist in LA for a long time. And then I was a personal, fitness and health coach for a little bit. So I always had these insane hobbies, but it wasn't until I was 27 when I had an incident where I went back to New Zealand to do my sister's wedding. And I remember just feeling so incredibly happy that I was able to do something that I loved and it encompassed like everything that I had. And so when I came back to the United States, I realized like I cannot live this traditional, lifestyle anymore. I've got to change. So one night I came across a YouTube video about filmmaking, and I was enraptured. Like I could not, I had never realized that you could actually be creative, you could actually be an entrepreneur and actually make money and serve people in such a creative way. And so I made a decision that night that I was going to become a filmmaker and a professional photographer. And I told my family, and they literally laughed me out of the room. And so that was about 5 years ago. And since then, I feel like I've been making up time where I've just been going hard after what I've always wanted to do, but I didn't know was possible. So, throughout this whole time, I've always had this ability to see the best in people, best in the way that they look, and also the best in in them as a person. And so this year has just been, well, the past few years has just been really incredible being able to work with all these amazing influencers. And so the problem that we really solve in my agency, I run a really small agency. I love every person on my team to death. And what we do is that most coaches, speakers, and influencers struggle. They struggle to create impactful sales generating content consistently. And that's why I automate their content and distribution. And so they can focus on their genius while still attracting their ideal clients on autopilot without any ad spend. And I think that's the reason why we've had so much success, is because we've really just made everyone's lives way easier once they start working with us.
That's an interesting introduction, interesting story. I know as far as just the fact that actually, I'm going to go back to the beginning part of your story where you were actually talking about how you were born in communist China. So you said your parents actually had to smuggle you, pretty much smuggle you in. So, I mean, just the fact that you had resistance even before, you could pretty much talk, resistance against
Right.
you, the world was pretty much against you. So, I mean, does that, I guess, obviously, I don't know if you remember it or not, but obviously, just the fact, I guess, even just the circumstance itself, does that play a role in how, I guess, progressive and how active you are as far as pursuing your goals and your dreams?
Absolutely. Yeah, I don't take my life for granted. I don't take every day for granted because, everything that we have could simply be taken away from us just because of our government system. And so I think it's really influenced just the way that I see the world and also how I see people, that, the fact that every person is alive means that every person has meaning. And if I'm here on earth, I want to make sure that I make the most of my days and I can help people make the most of theirs.
Yeah, that's good. That kind of leads us, into the next topic, as far as just getting your word out there, but you also help entrepreneurs get their word out there. Because, I mean, the only way that you are actually going to, I guess, let your story be told is somebody, pretty much at the film. I mean, unless you're going out doing, going on stage, doing public speaking and all that stuff, but still somebody has to, pretty much set all that stuff up. I mean, unless you're the one doing everything, which that's kind of hard to do, nowadays, especially, and, to get your name and your content out there and all that stuff. But speaking of content, I know that you actually had a couple of notes or ideas and tips that you wanted to share as far as how you were actually helping Akbar Sheikh with his content and dispersing. Do you want to go into a little detail with that?
Yeah, definitely. So I think nowadays we have to see the internet in like the time and age that we're in. So 5 years ago, if you had really beautiful photos and cool videos and cool transitions, that was enough to really make you seem like an expert. But we're in 2019 now, and that is not the case anymore because there's so many people with not much substance who are able to, just put out good videos and photos. And I think if you're going to lead with good photos and videos, like that's just, it's not enough anymore. And so what we do when we start working with our influencers is that we need to focus on key things that are going to make them establish them as authorities right from the get-go. And so the way that we do this, right, is that we like to turn anyone's social media page, because we work on pretty much pretty much all of them, Facebook, Instagram, LinkedIn, YouTube, all those, right? We will create original content, because if you go to someone's, any of their social media pages, whether it's Brendon Burchard, Tony Robbins, they're not going to be reposting other people's content. So we really focus on original content. Another thing that we focus on is that we know, right, that if someone goes to any of your social media pages, they're going to scroll down your news feed, usually, or timeline, like 5 to 7 posts. And they're going to take about a 30-second look all the way down. And if you have all the components of what they expect an expert to be, you'll automatically be in. But if you don't have those components, then they're going to be thinking, I don't know if this person really knows what I need. They're not really catering to, like my specific, questions. They don't know the key people in the industry, and they don't have anyone else saying that they're awesome. So I'm not going to really like consider them as an expert. And so what we do, right, when we help influencers, like whether it's James Smiley or Akbar Sheikh, is that we make sure that anyone that goes into any of their profiles sees their social media content, and we turn it almost into a sales funnel, okay? It's very unique because we're not just posting randomly. We have a huge strategy behind it. So I'm speaking directly to the people that may not be at a point now where you can hire an agency, or you may not be at a point where you can, afford a really top quality photographer or a videographer to follow you around like Gary Vee. I'm not going to lie, this type of service is pretty expensive. And to work with the top people, it's an investment. So I'm going to show you exactly how you can do it, no matter what your budget is. Whether you have no budget, whether you can spend $500, or whether you can spend, $10,000 a month, like some of my clients. So if you're taking notes, I highly recommend it, because I'm going to break it down for you, okay? And I will tell you that if you use this process, you can literally grow like a pretty sizable business, even without crazy beautiful photography and video. It's super important to have that once you get to a certain level. But if you're starting out and you can't afford it, don't worry about it, because I've seen multiple influencers use the strategy, even though they haven't really put it into a system like I have, but I've analyzed them. So how does that sound? Does that sound good? You ready? Mike, you ready? Okay.
Oh, of course, I'm ready.
All right.
Yeah, hashtag ready, hashtag ready, whether you catch this, now, whether you're watching it live, whether you're watching on the replay, go ahead and, hashtag ready. Hashtag, you're ready for a change, ready to grow your profile, ready to get more engagement on everything that you post, every video that you post. When people you heard Tracy say that pretty much she's going to actually set up your profile, whatever profile that is. I think not just specifically for Facebook, but just in general, whatever social media platform you are on, whatever you use, or just all of them in general. She's actually going to set everything up where you can actually have a sales funnel, where you don't have to use ClickFunnels, you don't have to pay, for a videographer, you don't have to pay for an expensive, photographer, anybody like that. You don't have to hire an outside source. She's actually going to show you guys how you can do it pretty much for free on your own. So listen up, get ready, get your pen and your paper, your pads out, and get ready to write and listen.
All right, awesome. So I'm going to go through the seven authority building content posts, okay? And I'm saying because this works whether you have no budget to whether you can afford, an expensive agency. So so when someone goes to your profile, no matter if it's Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, any of those, right? They need to see all the components of a funnel in there. So the first one is number one is messaging, okay? A lot of people think it's pretty pictures. It's not pretty pictures. It's messaging. Or storytelling is another way to say it. You have to have a very concise story about who you are, what you're selling, and what problem you solve. And probably the biggest thing I want to tell people is that it is not about you. You may love cars, but if your business is going to solve roofing, don't talk about cars. Very, very simple. You are there to serve your clients. And you need to be using words like you, yourself. And if you use I, use it as a way, like as a story. So you want to invite people into your movie. You're the protagonist, but they become part of the story. And so if your messaging is not helping people to become part of the story, then you've kind of lost the game, because I can personally post up all these glamorous pictures of myself, but if I don't have like a good story behind it, you're going to think, oh, just pretty picture, let me keep scrolling. So that's the first thing, messaging. Number two, right? And kind of on a side note, like I'm going to ask you guys, like if you are really taking notes, think of these 7 posts, like posts Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Okay, so let's say on Monday, every post that you do on Mondays is going to be one about messaging. So about your story, about your business, and then how you're able to basically serve people. And it has to be a story format. So instead of saying like, my business fixed roofs, say, the other day there was a hailstorm in Texas and everyone's roofs got destroyed. So do you see the difference there? So if you just have a story every Monday, and then maybe put a picture, and if you don't have a good picture, take a picture on your iPhone. It works just the same. It's about the story, okay? So the second thing is a value post. So just like in a funnel, you have to give value. People are going to glance through a funnel within about 30 seconds. Same thing on social media, right? You have to give value. So value could be solving a question, a problem, answering something. So a lot of people ask me, what's the best camera to get if you're starting out? And I'll tell them, oh, get this camera. So it's a value post. You can do that. If you are in business, which I'm assuming you are, or even if you're pre-revenue, you should have a list of 10 questions and concerns or problems that most people encounter in your industry. Just make a little post about every single one of them. It can be a photo, it could be a video. I highly recommend video, especially Facebook Lives, because video is like the fastest, easiest way to get people to know your personality and to really suck them into your world. But if you're not comfortable on video, you can do it like a short little, like a written post. And so I've covered, messaging and storytelling. And the second one is value. The third one, right, is making sure that your content is interactive. Okay, so a lot of people will call this hype posts. So, the reason why you want to do this is, I'll give you like a little, I'll give you a little bit of insight into like Facebook right now. Likes, hearts do not matter, okay? I'm not saying they don't matter at all. I'm just saying they're not going to help your profile. The thing that helps your profile the most is comments. And basically, when you are inviting people to view your content, you have to invite them to interact with you. And we are in direct response marketing. Repeat that after me, direct response marketing.
Direct response marketing.
Thank you, Mike. You have to have people interact with you, like really train them to have a response. And so you can throw a value post every Wednesday, because we're on the 3rd day of the week now. Every Wednesday, do something interactive. Like, hey guys, we were in Texas, we had a hailstorm. Did anyone's house get affected? Comment below. Ask them to comment. If you do something like, today is Wednesday, give me a story about a win you had this week. People will start commenting. And so don't look at the likes and the reactions, look at the comments. The more you can get people to comment, the more you're training your audience to have a direct response to your content. And another thing is, a really good thing that's worked for us is, like these type of hype posts is, if let's say you talk about a win, something that happened, that really worked for you this week, then tell everyone, type win in the comments if you agree.
That's a good point. Let me ask you a question. So I know a lot of people are talking about the timing of their posts. So you guys pay attention to the timing. You're just saying pretty much just post, this type of post on Monday, this type of post on Tuesday, this type of post. So on Wednesday and so on and so forth. So are you guys really paying any attention to the timing, or is it just, do you just post once a day? I mean, do you post several times a day? I guess even on that specific topic, I guess kind of, can you go into that as far as the timing, just real quick? Because I know you're in the groove going through the tips.
Yeah, absolutely. So the best thing is to mimic human behavior. And so you have to think about your audience and like when they are going to be on social media. So most people, right, the minute they wake up, they're going to grab their phone and check Facebook. So that's, one time during lunch, usually about after 3 p.m. when everyone's kind of had that 2 p.m. Drop in their energy. They're going to be starting to look at Facebook at 3 p.m. And usually after work around like 5 or 6. If you are, and I think in terms of like how many times to post, it's really about the quality of your content. If you have great quality and you've got great interaction, then you can basically just post once a day when you're starting out. And if you have that engagement right, then scale. But the most important thing is consistency. And so let's say, you're only able to post like 3 times a week, then post consistently 3 times a week, because people are watching and Facebook is going to basically reward you for whatever you do. So the more consistent you can be, the better. So like most of the time, like we will post in the afternoon, because what we've found that is the best. Usually from like 12 to, I'll say probably like 5 p.m. is probably like a really good time. Nowadays, like I would say, I think it used to matter a little bit more about when you posted. Now, because not everyone's going to see your content at the same time, Facebook is basically going to filter it out depending on how many people are interested in it and how many people have recently interacted with your content, in the last week.
All right. That's good to know. And then it looks like Jatari hopped on. What's going on, Jatari? If you got any questions, go ahead and put them in there. Anybody else is watching, whether now, afterwards, whatever, just go ahead and put your questions in the comment section, and either I'll come back, Tracy will come back and answer them. I'll forward her if I can't answer the question, I'll forward them to her. She'll answer your question. So yeah, go ahead. So we're on number 3.
Yeah. So I just went over, just making your post really, really interactive. So the 4th one, right? So, like if you're doing this content posting yourself, do it on Thursday. It is making sure that you have authority posts. So when I say authority posts, is that there are key people in your industry who are leaders. And if you get a picture taken with them, or if you're on an event with them, or are interacting with them, there is something called the power of association, where people automatically think, oh, you are hanging out with this person, you guys must be the same or similar. And so if you guys look through my Facebook feed, I've been kind of experimenting with this, because for the longest time, I've just been in the background. And I live the behind the scenes life, #BTS. But I recently started doing this because I interact with a lot of influencers, right? Where I started posting photos of them and tagging them, or photos of me and them together. And I cannot tell you, it wasn't like I wasn't interacting with them a year ago. It's just that I've started posting about it. And so people now associate me with all these influencers just because of that. So if you guys are, at events, or you work with a lot of influencers, get connected with them first, reach out, try to offer them, contribute to, help them however you can, and so that you can be associated with them. And if you start posting it, people will start thinking, okay, you are like Gary Vee, or you are like Grant Cardone, and they'll start seeing you on that same level. And it's just like a funnel, right? You go to a funnel, and if, let's say, in the testimonial section, which is normally, further below, because normally you have your headline, you might have a video, you'll have the copy, and then your testimonials. If you see, let's say, James Smiley, Akbar Sheik, Josh Forty, J.R. Revis, Rachel Patterson, like all those people, Steve Larson, Russell Brunson, Grant Cardone, like if you see all those people recommending that person in that funnel, you're automatically going to think that they're on the same level. So you can do the same thing for social media.
Yeah, that's a good point. I know that I think they mentioned that at well, actually JR mentioned that at his event. So just pretty much making authority posts. Like if you get close to a celebrity, close to somebody big in your space, take a picture with them. Shoot a video with them, do something that way. As far as it's the power of association. So pretty much just like Tracy said, just to reiterate what she said. Just the fact that you're pretty much people are going to associate you with that person, that particular person. Like we just did an event with Tai Lopez. Well, actually, I was in a mastermind. I am in a mastermind with Tai Lopez, and we went to his farm. And I made sure, I took as many videos as I could, not necessarily just so I could, well, obviously, yeah, so I could have the videos and remember them pretty much, but not only solely for that. I mean, there was a purpose in me doing that as well, taking pictures with him and Alex Mehr, and then there's my kids actually sitting at the table, eating with them. So, I mean, there was a purpose in that, as a business purpose. So, and then also, I guess, for the, tax side, just in case, the tax department comes, we start writing off a lot of stuff, then we can just, hey, we were right here, at a business event. So, yeah, so we were talking about authority posts. So, number 4. So,
yeah. And the truth is, like, now it's so easy to get a picture with Gary V, right? Like the way to do it makes all the difference. So it's not just like, hey, your arm is on the shoulder of the celebrity. You have to contribute to their world. So it has to be something like you are recommending them. I think another thing that most people don't realize is that whatever content you post, whether it's positive or negative, people attribute that to you as a person. So if I'm, if I go on my Facebook profile and I start complaining about James Smiley or Akbar Sheik or any of my clients, people are gonna take whatever negative things I say and attribute that to me. And same thing about the positive things. Like if you really want to be known as someone that is really able to contribute, write something nice about that authority figure, that leader in your industry. Like Mike, if you were talking about Tai Lopez, say like I was at Tai Lopez's mastermind and he was so helpful. He gave me so many insights into my business. Tag him. I don't know if he will respond, but just tag him and say like, thank you so much. Like that was amazing. And you will not believe how many people will respond and say, wow, Mike, you are such a cool person. Like you're awesome because you're just so giving. Were you giving? Well, yeah, you were giving because you're giving back to that person that you're basically giving a praise report about. And so use those authority posts as a way to kind of elevate other people, because if you elevate other people, they will elevate you as well. Because there is another thing called the power of reciprocity, where if you say something nice about someone or you give a gift, they basically feel an obligation to give back to you. So
yeah, I don't know if you can actually. I don't know if I can be seen or not on that because I can't see me on the Be Live on the right screen. So can you still see me? I don't know if we're going. I think it's fine, but I'm not sure. Hello.
yeah, I can still see you on my side.
That's good. That's good. Yeah, because I can't see it because actually there's 2 screens that I'm looking at here in Be Live, and on one of the screens actually it just went black. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm still, but I can see it. Actually, I have it in my group, so I guess we're fine. But
Okay.
just kind of threw me off there, and then you stopped, and I was like, maybe she can't see me. So
No, I was just waiting for you to like drop something like a value bomb.
no, well, I was actually focused on the actual screen itself. But yeah, I mean, yeah, just pretty much like she said, I know that's a good idea as far as, I was just pretty much taking pictures, and I don't think that well, maybe in his group I can tag Ty. As far as, I'm in some of his groups, actually, I guess his SMMA group and all that stuff. So yeah, I mean, that's a good idea. Just the fact of, it's not just the fact that you are, taking pictures with him, but pretty much you need to be seen like, you're assisting them, and, like you're really part of them, helping them out, and then get them to, pretty much respond. So that's a good point.
Yeah. And because, like if if you ever go to a funnel and there's just no authority in there, no authority that shows that, one, you're associated with authority figures, and then and nothing that shows you you're a likable person, then it just, you don't have as much credibility, because people, like the key people in your industry aren't recommending you. And that's really tough. Like it's a very hard thing to overcome, because it just takes more content, or your audience consume more of your content to eventually put you in that position, versus you could just do that right away with a quick post or like a quick little section in your funnel.
That's true. A lot of people don't think about that. Well, I guess, well, obviously, yeah, we're using our Facebook page as our funnel. So, our sales funnel. So, but a lot of people just think, create content. Because, I mean, that's what Gary Vee talks about. And that's how he pretty much made himself big. But, I mean, you're pretty much saying that you can reduce the amount of time just by, adding, some of those people. Well, I guess my next question is, or some of the people may be thinking is like, well, you're saying, take, I guess, photos and shots and videos with these people, but how do you get close to these people? How do you put yourself, in an arm's reach of like, a Gary Vee or, a Tai Lopez? I mean, I can kind of tell you my story, how I got in touch with Tai Lopez, but, it's like, how do you, because obviously you're really not just going to send, because even right now, I really can't send Tai, even though I'm in his mess, I can't really send him, a message and he'll respond immediately. It's still got to go through a chain of command, because he doesn't, necessarily check his messages, his emails, and all that stuff. So it's like, how do you get in an arm's reach of, a popularity for an Akbar sheet? How do you get to work for, Akbar sheet? How do you get to work for a James Smiley? How do you get to work for, a J.R. Rivas, at his event? Because, I mean, until J.R. Rivas' event, I had no idea who you were. I don't know if you were that active on Facebook or whatever, but I don't know if the Facebook algorithm kicked in or whatever, but I really didn't know who you were, until the J.R. Rivas event, because even you being at J.R. Rivas' event is like, just saying, it's like, this lady has to be something. I mean, she has to, pretty much, she knows what she's doing. If J.R. Rivas, actually got her in an event, then I started seeing you, with James Smiley at his events and stuff. So, I mean, what she is saying is actually right. But, how did you get to that point? I'm thinking that, some people may be questioning, how in the world do you get there?
Yeah, that's a great question. So how I started working with a lot of key influencers is I really, probably maybe like when I started pursuing like filmmaking and photography, I started working with James Smiley, and I've known James forever. We worked in the same like companies in the past. We have the same background in the corporate America. And so I have two things that I will say. The first one is, do a good job. It's as simple as that. Like, I think a lot of people when they're starting out, they think like, what's the quickest way to get to that influencer? You have to put in the work. I think it's simple as that. You've got to leverage your talent, and, do a impeccable job that is, almost too good for the level that you're at, or the position that you're at. So I always had a really, very high expectations for my own work. And the more that I worked with James when I first started out, like the more he liked it, and then other people started seeing it. So don't underestimate just the power of having one person recommend you. Okay, because if you do a good job, the word gets around. You don't have to say anything. It gets around really quick, because if someone likes you, if they like your personality, if you're easy to work with, if you do a good job and you're reliable, they're going to tell like all their friends. So that's a really good way. Just, find someone that's cool, work with them, and the word gets around. Okay. The second thing I will say, and this is really key, is if you are really just looking for that first client, find people that are up and coming, that are associated with the person that you're trying to reach, that are up and coming. So if, let's say it's Tai Lopez, right? Look for people around Tai Lopez that are in his general vicinity. Okay, does he have a videographer? Does he have a social media person? Does he have an assistant? Does he have a right-hand man that does all his scheduling? Whatever it is, right? Look for those people and start giving to them, start contributing, start helping them out however you can, whatever your skills are. Like maybe volunteer at their event, and start getting to know them. Because the more people that you can have recommending you in that person's general vicinity, the more, once you get that opportunity to reach that person that you're trying to reach, are going to be like, oh, I know that person. I recommend Tracy because she's done this, and this, and she's cool. And that's how pretty much like all my connections have happened. Like whether it was J.R. Rivas or Akashik, like, you know, people just started saying like, Tracy did a good job. You should work with Tracy. And that's kind of how it's all happened. It's kind of been a whirlwind, I will tell you that. But if you use that, it will work for you.
Yeah, that's interesting you say that, especially with the over delivering. I always hear, you know, a lot of people say that as far as, you know, over deliver, give people more than, you know, what they expect, especially if you're just starting out. I know Rob Quinn uses this tactic. I think Andrew Cruzy as well uses this tactic as far as just, you know, over delivering, you know, as far as just giving out. It's like, man, if you charge, I guess just a small amount or something, make sure that you over deliver. If you're giving out, you know, free content, make sure that the free content, because that's actually what introduced me to Rob Quinn. Is I actually saw him somewhere on like Facebook or something. And I was like, I got to look at this guy, you know, more and more and more, digging deep detail. But then, you know, I went to YouTube and he had so much free traffic. I mean, people were taking his, you know, free information, or, you know, he had free information, free material, you know, free trainings and stuff like that. People were taking his YouTube training and actually getting, you know, clients from that. So that's interesting. She said, you know, over deliver. And then I think that the second point that you made was a tactic from James Smiley, and how he pretty much, you know, got close to, you know, Russell Brunson. Was he started associating himself, you know, with people in, you know, Russell Brunson's circle. It wasn't necessarily Russell Brunson, but then everybody started spitting out his name. I think James will tell, you know, pretty much told the story. Obviously, he can tell it better than I can because I'm just listening and regurgitating it, you know, everything like that. But I think it was, you know, I guess Russell Brunson went into a meeting one day and everybody started throwing out, you know, James Smiley's name. He's like, who in the world is James Smiley? And it actually got Russell Brunson interested. It's like, I got to figure out who this guy is. So what Tracy is saying is actually tactics that have, you know, actually worked and pretty much gotten, you know, I guess a lot of people in arm's distance with, you know, I guess the top person, you know, at the company. So that's interesting that you say that. And, you know, it's just, those are prime examples that it actually does work. And then Tracy said, you know, it pretty much worked for her. So obviously, because she's working with, you know, J.R. Rivas, James Smiley, and Akbar Sheath, and I'm sure the list goes on and on. So that's good. A good point. Good, you know, good tactics, good ideas to take.
Awesome. Yeah. And if that's okay, it kind of leads me to the next part, which is the fifth point. Or I guess if you're doing this on a schedule, your Friday, right? Social proof. So important to have social proof, because you can't be in a lone island. You can't like sit by yourself in front of your computer and have no one recommend you. Like, it just doesn't show that you're a business. It doesn't show that you're a person that's able to, you know, solve problems. And so you need people to be recommending you. And I think one of the easiest ways is video testimonials. Video testimonials are so key. And I personally don't, and I really did get this from James Smiley. Like, I don't really, I've never really done free work, maybe low cost work at the beginning, but I think there's something valuable about people paying for whatever service or product that you give, because they take it a lot more seriously, versus like, if you're giving out free stuff, like, what's the difference between your stuff and like a free cheeseburger? Like, right? There's just not that value associated with it. And so, you know, like, if someone is scrolling through your Facebook and they see someone you've worked with recommend you, like, that does the world for how people perceive you as an expert. And so, and one of the things is like, I like to do like a testimonial at least once a week for my clients, video testimonial, because it's coming from the mouth of that person that has worked with them. So it's not them saying like, I'm so great. It's someone else saying, this person is so great. And then also just to make sure that it's in the news feed or in their timeline within the first like 30 seconds of scrolling. So, and also when, here's something really quick, okay? If you want to get really good testimonials, don't ask people just to give you testimonials. I don't know why, like, people just freeze. And if you ask someone to give you a testimonial, they'll take like a month to get it back to you, and you may not even get it back. Ask questions. ask questions. And this is the simple formula, okay? So if you're writing a notes, it's super simple, okay? Number one, first part, what was your life like? What was your business like? What problems were you having before you started buying this program or going to this event or whatever it is? Number two, what was the turning point? Your back up against the wall moment that made you decide. And then number three, what is your life now like now? It has to be this rags to riches or how to heaven type of testimonial. And if you get that and you get the emotion in it, and you do this by asking questions. So just ask a question based on those three things, you will get a rock solid testimonial. And that's really going to pull on the heartstrings of your viewers when they go through and watch your videos.
So I guess, how do you get to that point where, because obviously there's a lot of people that are just beginning, they just hopped into, I guess, social media marketing or even personal branding, influencing, whatever you want to call it. How do you get to that point where you get your first testimonial? I'm sure some people, because I know you mentioned earlier, you know, if you don't have your first client yet, you know, you need to do this. So how do you get to that point where, you know, you actually get somebody to, you know, give you that first personal testimony without, because some people, you know, I guess, well, yeah, obviously, yeah, it's the power of numbers. The more you keep talking to people, the more, you know, you present yourself, put yourself out there, the more, you know, business contacts and stuff you have. But up until that point, you know, if you only talk to maybe like 15, 20, 30 companies, it's like, how do you, you know, obtain, you know, a testimonial?
Great question. So if you don't have, let's say you maybe your pre-revenue, easiest way is, do you have any friends? Do you have any family members? Have them give a character testimonial about you. They don't have to specifically talk about the product. It's probably better if they don't, because your product's going to change, especially when you're in the initial stage of like trying to develop your business and you don't know which direction you're going to go. Just have like your best friend give you a testimonial. Mike, great person, great character. He always delivers. He's always on time. Make sure you work with Mike. You won't regret it.
That's interesting. That's a good idea. Yeah, that's obviously, yeah, a good idea. So it doesn't necessarily have to be about your business. It can be like, I guess they call it a character testimonial, where they pretty much just justify that you are a good person. And, you know, I mean, that's something that's missing, you know, in business. This is, you know, $1 million tip, you know, as far as, you know, what you just gave right there. Because a lot of people are thinking that, you know, in order for me to have a testimonial, I need to have, you know, I need to perform for a business. Well, at least in my space, social media marketing is like, I need to, you know, perform for a business. I need to have some type of results. I need to have ran, you know, a Facebook ad that generated them, you know, $20,000, you know, or, you know, a high ROI or something like that. So, I mean, character testimonial work also. A lot of people sometimes forget about that, or either they just don't know, you know, about that. So, I mean, that's a good point.
Yeah. And, you know, like if you're trying to sell something super high ticket, like 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 K plus, right? Then you really do need like the results-based testimonials, and those testimonials need to be longer. But when you're just first starting out, just grab a bunch of your friends, people that you like. Like I did like health coaching. I had about 17 clients, and I did that for about 1.5 years, just for fun. It was like a side hustle, right? And when I first started, I had no one to recommend me, but I knew that people liked me because, you know, hopefully I'm cool to hang out with. Well, at least they thought so. And so I just asked my friends, like, guys, I know you guys love me to death. Can you just do like a 20-second testimonial? They did. I got it back, and that's how I got started. And that's the same thing for any software company, any startup. No one has testimonials when they first start out. So you've got to like figure out a way to get those testimonials, and your testimonials improve to results-based testimonials when you really get going.
Yeah. That's good. That's an excellent point. So you guys have no excuses now. All you guys are screaming about, you know, I need testimonials to get started. Well, Tracy just gave you an idea of how you can actually get testimonials to get started and to, you know, expand your business. So that's a good point. So hashtag testimonials. I hashtag just friends. You know, you got to think about your friends, family, hashtag friends, family, anybody that you can think of right now, you know, just let them know that, you know, reach out to them, say, you know, I've started doing whatever, so and just let them know, you know, I need a video, you know, character testimonial, just vouch for me that I'm a good person, that you know, pretty much like Tracy said, that you're likable, that, you know, they like being around you, somebody, you know, that is honest. You know, I mean, a lot of business owners are looking for that, because right now, just like I said earlier, that a lot of businesses, they're pretty much getting scammed and, you know, I guess bamboozled or whatever. And they're people that, you know, really aren't trustworthy. So they're pretty skeptical. So if somebody gets on there and says that, you know, they're more likely to reach out to you. So that's a good point.
Yeah. Awesome. So I'll go through the last two because these ones are ones that most people don't really think about. But number 6, so if you're new to this, doing on a sad day, is something that's emotion evoking. Okay, I learned this the hard way because some of my clients, we had these crazy social media plans where we were basically just posting up like value posts every day, nonstop authority posts, social proof, and it just seemed very, very business-like. But once we started putting in those emotion evoking posts, that's when they started to seem human. And now people don't want to interact with the business. They want to interact with a human because there's just so many like scammy people out there, and we don't know like who's real, who's legit. Like we're all behind these computer screens or our phones. And so once you can see someone that has a birthday party for their 5-year-old, or they're a human being, they went to the grocery store and they bought the wrong thing, or they made a mistake and they talk about it, or they had this, you know, the vacation where everything fell apart. It just seems very human and it evokes some type of emotion. Or if that person is like really, really funny and they have this funny side, like most people don't know this, but my favorite type of video to edit is actually comedy. And I've worked with like comedians and like, I just love comedy. And so sometimes like out of randomness, right, I would just post up something that's funny and then everyone will get a reaction. And I think, Mike, this is how you and I kind of started scheduling this Facebook Live. Was I just did a Facebook Live about me doing pull-ups for fun. And it made people laugh. And so if you can incorporate other aspects of your personality into like your posts, then it's going to make you seem really, really relatable.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good point.
Yeah.
It is like if you can make them smile, if you can make them laugh, you can make them buy. So, you know, that's pretty much it. Because you're pretty much, you know, evoking, like she said, you know, evoking emotions into their, you know, into their being, into the atmosphere, whatever it is, man. You're pretty much getting down deep into emotional. Then that's a selling point too. Like if you guys are in any type of, you know, sales or anything, or in a meeting, in a sales meeting, if you can actually figure out why, you know, how you can get that business owner to really dig deep into, you know, whatever their goal is. They have goals for specific reasons, and obviously it's going to be attainable goals and something like that, but there's a specific reason why they want to reach that goal. So you pretty much have to, with your questions, just like Tracy said as well, you know, you need to question and really understand, you know, you have to strategically question, you know, ask questions that are actually pretty much digging deep into their emotional, I guess, realm or whatever, where, you know, some people say, you know, it may, you know, this, you know, it may be, I guess, not, I guess, appropriate to do that. But I mean, actually, you know, you really want them to figure out why it is, because a lot of people don't, and a lot of people say, you know, I guess the way society is now, people don't sit back and, you know, just think about different things. So a lot of people just spend time doing things, but they're not really thinking about why they're doing what they're doing. So people are setting goals and they don't understand why they're setting what they're setting. So really, it's not necessarily that you're trying to go in a back door, you know, doing sneaky sales or anything like that. I mean, whether you make the sale or not, you're really actually helping the person out figure out why they actually want to attain that particular goal that they have. You know, is it that they want to spend more time with their kids, want to spend more time with their family? They just want to, it's not just, you know, the money aspect of it. There's more than just money. It's, you know, it's deeper than that. You know, it's like they want to travel more, but why do you want to travel more? You want to see more of the world, but why? Why is that? You have, you know, is it just giving you a release from something that you're doing? I mean, there's always a deeper reason. You can always go deeper. So that's, you know, a good point. So thanks for mentioning that as well, Tracy. So
yeah, absolutely. Yeah. So the last type of post that we will do, number 7, is pattern disruption. So be random, be fun, be goofy. And regardless of what your business is, or like what your logo is and your colors and, your messaging and whatnot. Throw something out there that totally disrupts the pattern, okay? Because if everything in your timeline looks the same, values, story, interaction, authority, social proof, and it doesn't change, people are going to keep scrolling. We made this mistake earlier this year. We everything that we did was so absolutely branded that people just started seeing it as like one solid wall. And so if you can throw something as a pattern disruption, it really works. I think Colton Croninger does this really well, where he has his dog at his Two Comma Club award. And I just remember this photo that just made me laugh. But if you see it, check out his page. But he has this photo of him being homeless, and he's hitchhiking with his dog on the way to Funnel Hacking Live. And it's hilarious. Yeah, you've seen it, right?
Yeah.
It's such a pattern disruption, right? It is in line with his brand, and it doesn't always have to be in line with the brand, but it's something that's just funny. Get creative, because if you do that, people are going to remember it. It's been weeks since he posted that, but that was the first thing that came to mind. So it really, really works.
Yeah, that's a good point. So you guys, Tracy just gave you 7 ways to get more engagement on your Facebook page. How can you or actually your profiles in general, whatever social media platform you're on, whatever social media platform you are using. She gave you 7 different particular tasks. I have them written down, but just go back if you're tuning in now on the live, or if you tune in, I guess, some kind of way on the replay, just go back and listen to her. I'm not going to rename them. I want you to watch the video. I'm sure she does as well, because there's other points in there that you don't, that you need to watch. It's not just so you can consume my content and, all that stuff, but it's just so that, you can actually, it'll help you grow your business, grow your life, and grow, actually, friends. Because I've been noticing actually, on social media ever since I've been more proactive, I've actually engaged with more people, even with Tracy right now, just as far as, I've actually opened up my brand, because I'm learning that wealth is not just, about money and acquiring money, but it's about acquiring relationships as well too. So social media is not all about just making this, numerous amount of money, but it's about expanding your relationships and your knowledge as well. That's one reason why, I had Tracy come on here, because obviously she's talking about content and, just getting your content out there, which is helping you guys grow your business as well. And is also helping me to learn, different things. So that's So thank you, for coming on and everything like that. And I do want to actually touch on. I know I mentioned this to her. Said we have some time. I know she said she has an hour blocked off, so we still got at least about 6 more minutes. So I wanted to touch on some. Yeah, I wanted to touch on some, actually, I guess, equipment. So I'm going to kind of go over these fast. You can just spit things out, whatever you comes to mind. So what is the actual best camera to use? Because a lot of people don't have a lot of money. Or can you just use your phone? Because some people are saying, well, I don't want to go out and get, I guess, a camera that just takes photos. I need a video camera, but if a lot of people don't have a lot of money to go out and just buy, I guess, a numerous amount of stuff, especially if they're just starting out. So it's if I was to go out and, purchase just a phone, because the phone, obviously, a cell phone, whatever you want to call it, cell phone, pocket phone, portable phone, whatever it is. So, so if you want to take pictures, pretty much if you go get a phone, it's going to take pictures, it's going to take videos. What is the best type of phone, or what type of video camera? Just from your experience, what should a newbie go out and do and get if they don't have a ton of money to get started shooting videos, posting videos, whether sending them to YouTube? And I don't want to go too much in detail about that, as far, because obviously, you want to, I guess some people talk about, I guess the different content that you should put on YouTube. Your videos should be different, and as far as composed to Facebook and Instagram and all that stuff. And even some people are doing stuff on Pinterest now, which I don't know. Can you put videos on Pinterest? I really hadn't looked into that. Or it's just...
I haven't really seen. Yeah, I don't know. I have never seen it, so yeah, I would have to take a look, but I don't really think so.
Yeah, but So what type of camera, phone, whatever should newbie get?
Great question. So I'm gonna do no budget, $500, and then as much money as you can afford. So first thing is, obviously, if you don't have a budget, you have a phone. I'm very biased to Samsung. I was an iPhone user for many, many years, but I think of Samsung. I've got the Galaxy S9. I think they have the S10 coming out.
Oh
this
no,
is gonna
I gotta get you to reiterate that real quick. I don't want to cut you off, but did you just say you had an iPhone and then you went back to an Android or Samsung?
Oh, I never went back to an Android. I was always an iPhone user, and then I went to an Android, and my life has improved exponentially.
So yeah, normally everybody's talking about they always go the other way. Once you have an iPhone, you'll never go back to an Android. You don't like it, Android and all this stuff. So I'm really not a big Apple fan. So I don't know. It's just interesting that you said that. I apologize for cutting you off.
Oh yeah, no worries, no worries. So that's just a personal bias. Nothing against Apple. I've got tons and tons of Apple products. But just your phone, and probably the best app if you want to make videos is InShot. It's either free or you can pay like a very small amount for it. But just take videos on your phone, whether it's Facebook Live or pre-recorded. Use the app InShot to add in the letter boxes, so the top and bottom, the headlines. And you can do that within about 10 minutes, and then you have a video. So it's really, really nice and easy.
Wow. And you said it's InShot, like IN.
InShot. Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, available on iPhone, Android. I'm sure it's available for all the other phones as well. So that's like if you don't have a budget, okay? You don't need fancy stuff to get started. Just do what you can. And then there are apps that you can download, like Facetune is one of them. I don't use Facetune personally, but I know a lot of people do to kind of like smooth out your skin. You can use the app, Adobe Lightroom has a really good app as well. And what's the other one? There's, let me see. Great one is, let's see. Gosh, I'm kind of blanking right now, but one that's really popular, I would say, like, yeah, I'm totally blanking. I have it like on the top of my head. I don't remember the app, but it's another one that's super popular. So basically, like, there's a ton of really good like photography apps and really good video apps that you can just do for free. And if you don't have, if you don't even know how to use those apps, just go on Facebook Live or Instagram Live and start utilizing Live, because that's really going to help you get engagement. So that's the first one. If you do have a little bit of a budget, I'm going to say $500. I would recommend getting a Canon entry-level camera. Okay, so it's going to look like this. I'm going to go grab one of my cameras. Okay, so this is a Canon 6D. This is my photography camera. This is not an entry-level camera, but it's going to look something like this. And the reason why I recommend Canon, any of the Rebel series is good. Probably the most entry-level one you can get is the Canon, I think it's the SLR, I think that's the name of it, but it's like a $500 camera. And the key thing you're looking for when you're looking for entry-level camera is autofocus, because unless you're really good at like focusing the lens, don't worry about it. Just get a good lens with autofocus that has good image quality and good color. And I think Canon does a really good job. I've used like so many different brands, but I think for anyone that's entry level, just get a nice Canon camera, get a lavalier microphone, or I will pull them all out. Get a lavalier microphone to get started, plug it in, and that's really all you need to make videos. And then in terms of like software, if you've got a Mac, you can use, what is it called? iMovie, totally free on a Mac. If you are Windows, you can use something like Camtasia. And don't worry too much about the editing. Just make sure you, when you start, just cut off the beginning and the end, keep the middle, and that's your video.
That's good. That's good. I know as far as but Camtasia is not free, is it? That you have to. That's a pay.
Yeah, I think you do have to invest in it. So.
Yeah. What about? I guess what's the? Well, I don't know if I want to go in too detail, but what's the difference between Camtasia? Should we use Camtasia or Adobe Cut Pro? Or is Adobe Cut Pro more expensive? Is that?
You can also use Adobe Premiere Pro. That is subscription based. So you're going to be paying 20, 30, 40, 50 bucks, depending on the plan that you have monthly. And so, Adobe Premiere is just going to be it's basically like a video editor on steroids. So, pretty much all video editors are fairly similar. So I would say, depending on like your skill set or like your skill level, just get started with one, understand the basics of it, and then upgrade to the next one once you get to that next stage.
All right.
But I would say I love Premiere Pro. I use both Premiere Pro and Final Cut Pro, and the Premiere Pro would probably be my favorite for sure.
That's good. That's good to know. Yeah, because I was using Camtasia a while back, but I think it was only like a 2-year subscription or something that we purchased.
Yeah.
And so yeah.
Yeah. Just those like video editing softwares, it's going to take some time investment to kind of learn. So you can always outsource it to like a VA. I think that would be really good if you're just kind of getting started. So yeah. So in terms of like budget, if you have the budget, the camera I use is, let me go grab it, is a Panasonic GH5. And this camera is great because I chose this one for a couple of reasons. One of them is that it does not overheat. So that's huge, okay? It does not overheat.
I never really even thought of that, so.
Yeah. Most cameras will overheat, okay? And the next one is there is no limit on how long you can record. So if you're doing a training, let's say it's 2 hours, 5 hours, right? If you're doing a webinar, you don't want your camera turning off like most DSLRs will, or a lot of mirrorless cameras will. So this is really nice. And then also, no camera is perfect. I will tell you that. The autofocus on this is not great, so I manually focus, but the image quality is beautiful. And it's just super, super reliable. So this is probably going to set you back with lenses like probably like $3,000 if you want like a good quality lens to go with it. So, and Sony has great cameras too, and so does Canon. I chose the GH5 just because of the fact that I travel and I just need something super, super reliable. So.
That's good. That's good to know. I never really even thought about, I guess I haven't used the camera enough for it to overheat. So pretty much I've never thought of it. And most of the time I just use my webcam and my phone, I guess, in general. But, that's pretty much it. I would say, yeah, I'm getting started. Not professional like Tracy yet. So, don't really, I guess, pretty much, need, I guess, an expensive, that type, a camera yet. So that's a good idea. Thanks for, sharing that tip, because I never really thought about, a camera overheating. Or even so, I guess the battery life. I mean, the battery life, that's pretty good as far as that it'll last for however long. That's always a good point. So.
Right. Yeah, but I mean, I guess the final thing I just wanted to say is I hope you guys can see that with these 7 authority building content posts, and I'll just quickly reiterate them. Number 1, your messaging and storytelling. Number 2, value. 3, interaction. 4, authority. 5, social proof. 6, emotion evoking. And 7, pattern disruption. That you don't need crazy awesome photography and video when you first start. But once you reach a certain point in your business, I don't know any key influencer that doesn't have crazy awesome photography and video. So start off with what you can, because I know several influencers who have basically used this type of content to create multi-6-figure businesses without going to like the nice like branding. But just know that it's a progression. So start off with what you have and progress to something better.
Yeah, that's good to know. Thanks for sharing those tips. And Tracy, how can people reach out to you? What if they want to get you to actually, shoot some videos for them or photos for them? I mean, how can people get in touch with you and reach you on Facebook, Instagram, website? How can they reach out to you?
Yeah, so the best place is Facebook. I think kind of I would say I've been definitely much more of like the key ninja behind the scenes. And so I definitely help people establish like their businesses, and probably the best place to find me right now is Facebook, my Facebook personal profile. So Tracy Wong, find me, PM me, let's start interacting, let's be friends.
Yeah, so you guys reach out to Tracy. Obviously, she just dropped some valuable content, some valuable information, some valuable knowledge. The 7 tips that she mentioned can help you grow whatever profile that you are using, whatever social media platform you are on. She can help you grow that. So reach out to her if you have any other questions, any advice that you need to, obtain from her, as far as, getting your content out, separating your content, or just in videos in general. If you just want to ask her, her advice, should I buy this phone, that phone, what am I looking for, as far as, but she did give you those tips as well. So you can watch the video as far as, just 3 different levels, different cameras, phones that you can buy, and just pretty much any tactic that you need, Tracy has, in the video realm, the photography realm, or whatever. So we thank you guys for tuning in. I thank Tracy for joining us, and reach out to her, as she said, on Facebook. And as always, continue to move, because an object at rest stays at rest. So that's why you want to be in constant motion. So always move, always do something each and every day, progression. Try to learn, try to grow, do something. If you're not growing, you're dying. If you're not moving, you're dying. Because you look at somebody in the coffin, they're pretty much, they're dead in the ground, 6 feet under, whether they've been, cremated or whatever the situation is, they are not moving. So always move, you're alive, continue to grow, continue to learn. So thank you, Tracy, for hopping on, and we will catch you guys later. Have a good one. Hey, what's going on, everybody? How's everybody doing? Everybody should be doing good, because I know I'm doing good. I'm getting ready to interview Philip from Germany, right?
Yes, yes.
So actually, I met him through J.R. Rivas. If you guys are on live, I want to try something a little different. Just hashtag Germany in here, just hashtag Germany. I want to, show some love for another country real quick. So if you guys are watching this live, or if you're watching on the replay, just hashtag Germany. So actually, I met Philip in Atlanta, Georgia, all the way from Germany. He flew into Atlanta, Georgia, and it was actually, I met a lot of these the people that I interviewed at J.R. Rivas' conference. So if you don't know J.R. Rivas, just look him up and hit him up on his Facebook page. He's pretty much active everywhere, but obviously he's active because Philip saw him. I don't know exactly. He'll get into that a little bit later. I don't know exactly how he, ran into him or saw him online. I don't know whether it's YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, or wherever. But the situation is, he saw J.R. Rivas, and I guess he started watching some of his free training at first, I guess. And he actually ended up developing his business out of that. He grew an agency, and then I guess one connection led to a next, where actually there's another guy, which he's one of my mentors as well, is Andrew Cruzy, and he talks a lot about building Facebook groups. And Philip actually built a Facebook group, and he also did a launch, and then he made a ton of money on his launch. So it's just, one step after the next. So he's getting ready to get into a story. He's going to tell us how it began, how he grew his business, how it just pretty much, progressed. So actually, we were talking a little bit before, and he was just telling me, in the beginning, the water gets very, very cold. And he said, the water gets warmer. And so I just want him to get into that and, just start from, I guess, the cold water to the warm water to, I guess, right now, he's in the hot water. So I just want to open up the floor to Philip, and go ahead and, just tell us how you began.
Cool, Mike. Thank you so much for the long introduction. I have nothing to say now anymore. No, I'm just joking. Thank you for having me here on this live. It's actually my first live from Germany to the States. And I happily share my story with you guys and with Mike. I met Mike in October last year, October 2018, in Atlanta, Georgia, because I was flying over to meet finally one of my, or the first mentor, the first coach I had. His name is J.R. Rivas, and I, owe him a lot. All the credits here, and a big shout out to JR. And my story is the following. All the journey started when over a year now, when I was as an employee. I sold electromobility all over the world, to the States, to Australia. And I was an employee, and I was at this sales seminar of this German guru He's the Grand Cardone of Germany, if you want to say so. And I went to his sales seminar, and it was in July in 2017. Sorry, July 2017. It was the first time I just got in contact with all these, online marketing or digital marketing or whatever. It was a seminar for salespeople, and it was on the weekend and on Saturday and Sunday. And at the last 5 minutes on Sunday, we were all, full with content, and we were tired and wanted to go home. And he just said, "I want to give you one last tip." And we were thinking, okay, get done, buddy. We are tired, and we have an hour of drive home. And he said, okay, the last tip I gave you on Sunday evening is, I grew my business from 1.3 million a year to 12.7 million a year in just 17 months time period. And we were just, what? Is this a joke or what? And he said he did it, or he achieved it with social media marketing. And this was the time, was the first contact where I decided at this evening, when I drove home the hour, I decided, okay, I have to go in. I have to gain some knowledge in this business. And it was really interesting for me. And what I started then, maybe it's the law of attraction, but since that day, since the first contact, I was surfing the internet, the Facebook and so forth. And the next day it was a Robert Kiyosaki post. Maybe you know Robert Kiyosaki. And he was in a cooperation with Anik Singhal. It's one of the digital marketers from the States as well. And I bought my first course. I invested the first over $2,000, and I, gained the knowledge. My first, it was, to tip my toes into these new business. And I searched and soaked and everything. And I came from this Singal to finally to ClickFunnels, the software, the funnel software. And after I was coming to ClickFunnels, I finally found, one of the biggest affiliates of ClickFunnels. It was Jay Arribas, and I finally found his YouTube channel and soaked it up from the first video to the last. And then, like a miracle, out of the blue, I contacted JR, and he just wrote me back on Facebook and said, out of the blue, let's jump on a call, on a Zoom call. I have 15 minutes right now. And I even didn't know what a Zoom call is, because Germany is 2 to 3 years behind with all the technology and everything. And I asked, I would love to chat with you, but what is a Zoom call? And he, I downloaded the software, and finally I got through with my microphone and the camera and everything. And JR was talking to me, my idol, if you want to say so. And I just asked him, I saw all your stuff on your YouTube channel, and you explained something about affiliate marketing and about some agency stuff. What do you recommend? At this time, it was a week later or so that I got kicked out of my job as an employee, out of the blue. It was the company which did not run well, but I was in sales, and they did 1 million in revenue just to sell electromobility all over the world. And I was good in sales, and therefore JR recommended to me to, when you're good in sales, he told me, you go into the agency thing, because you can earn, fast money and lots of money. And then I decided at this point, okay, I want to go into this agency thing. And I knew at this point that JR was, I think he was the first 10K achiever of Dan Henry's course. And therefore I invested in Dan Henry's course as well. It was the second investment. No, I did investments in the meantime, I can't remember. But this course of Dan Henry, I bought in April, 25th of April in 2018. And soaked it up again, and I was now at this time unemployed, meaning I had to push. I went all in at this time. I said, okay, this is now the chance and the opportunity, a lifetime chance for me. I am in the security safety net of Germany, but I want to get out as soon as possible and crush it with this new thing over here, to be able to generate leads, potential new customers or clients for any local business here in Germany was a huge, or is always still a huge positive impact or service what you can offer and deliver to German local businesses, even Austrian and Switzerland local businesses, all the German speaking countries. And I was a consultant before I was in sales. I was a consultant and consulted local business owners to help them to help to get their company going again, or that they can have how can I tell? I was consulting companies, and they were very glad that I consulted them with my knowledge. I have a master degree in business administration, but this is a totally trap. As I told you in Miami when we saw the last time, our education system is horrible. And I'm sitting here, I'm earning 10 times the money I earned as a consultant. I have more freedom. I have the life I love. And it's a trap what we got. We get as an education nowadays to be good in school, have good grades, then you're able to study, and you're able after the study to get a good job and make a good career, and then you're in the rat race, right? When you as an employee, I never saw one guy being a multi-millionaire or really successful and as an employee. So this is definitely a trap, but I didn't know what to do. So therefore I'm really happy and glad now to see it through this lens, that this is all a trap, but this is a totally completely story. What I want to tell you is, I bought the course end of April. Then in Germany it was the GDPR thing, meaning we had this huge catastrophical situation that Germany was saying, okay, you have to just use specific software which is GDPR compliant. Then I had to kick out some software like ClickFunnels and ActiveCampaign and just structure my whole process in a new way. And then I started in end of May with the agency, when my new process was structured in a new way. And in 33 days, I hit the first 10K in revenue or nearly profit. As an agency owner, you don't have that high fixed costs, meaning you just need, your software, and that's it. It was maybe 100 or 200 bucks in a month, and I did 10K, so nearly all is in revenue. And since that point, I knew for sure that this stuff is working, and this is a service which is really in high demand. And what I did before was I focused and decided for just one niche, and I can highly recommend it to anybody who is watching right now or seeing it in the replay. Everybody should focus on just one niche in specific way, because when you have one niche, you gain a lot of knowledge in this niche, because you're on the phone with just always the same owners of this company. I decided to offer my service to gyms or fitness studios, and then it has many positive aspects. If you just niche down to one niche, is you get this word in, you get the problems from them, you know how exactly you have to talk with them, and you even build a a reputation even more. And this is exactly what I learned in the courses and what I did. And I got my first testimonials from the gym owners. And then, I focused on gym chains, franchise chains. And since then, literally it skyrocketed because I had the first testimonial and the second and the third, and then they were reaching out to me. When I did all what I learned in the courses, to the different possibilities to reach out, via email or phone or Facebook Messenger or whatever, a Facebook group or whatever. And then, I scaled up from 10K in the first months, then 13 or 14 in the second, and more. And in the fourth month, I had over 37,000 euros in revenue. And it was in September last year. And I was so overwhelmed what was possible nowadays with this kind of service. And what I did then is, in September, I decided, I saw JR's advertisement for his first mastermind in Atlanta. And I said, I have now the freedom I wanted. I'm able to work from all over the world just with my laptop and a Wi-Fi connection. And I have a lot of money in my bank account. And I want to meet this guy in person. And this was the best decision, not just to soak all the knowledge from the States, because, as I said before, you're definitely 2 to 3 years ahead or in front of all the other countries all over the world in regards of online marketing, because all these softwares, all these, social media things are coming from the States. And I said, okay, I want to give back. I want to meet this guy in person. And I didn't know that is such a huge event. I just thought, as he mentioned, it is a mastermind for just 30 people. And he didn't even have to sell me on his sales page, because for me it was just so crystal clear that I have to meet these guys. And I booked the ticket. The flight was 11 hours. I booked me the hotel and everything. And then I was in this room. I was sitting behind you, the next row behind you, Mike. I can't exactly remember, but you sitting on the left side in front of me. And then, JR came in, and I was, like, what the fuck, it was just an amazing experience for me and all the other guys, in this room, 50 people, the best online marketers, or some of the best online marketers, there were, since then I know all by heart, or we are really good friends. There was, 6, 7, even 8-figure business owners in this mastermind. I can tell, I Cody Neer and, all the great speakers, Jeff Miller or Andrew Cruzy, Rob Quinn, everybody was there. And since then I'm totally, I'm totally into this game and love this game. And this was one of my best decisions I made for last year. It was in October, and we went to Top Golf with the guys, and we had so much fun. And since then, I decided there and then in Atlanta to give my knowledge to more and more people, because it was for me the decision to take. And I talked with Andrew Cruzy in this mastermind and in Atlanta. And afterwards, I reached out to Andrew because he convinced me in his, presentation that he is my next coach. And I'm so super pumped about it to be able, because of these, first thing for me to fly over to JR in Atlanta, to get in contact with these kind of people, these kind of coaches, now these kind of friends, and to soak always new knowledge from different coaches. As of right now, I'm sitting here, I've invested nearly $20,000 into knowledge, into courses, into seminars, and so forth. And it is crucial. I want to tell you, it is crucial to always invest first to reap the fruits afterwards. It's a game, and I love this game because I always wanted to, gain more and more knowledge, and always learn more. Lifelong learning is so important for growth and in business or in your private life as well. And I invested in Andrew Cruzy's Authority Accelerator. He's a, I don't know, I don't find any words for my coaches. JR, Andrew Cruzy, they are just awesome guys in a personal way. When you have contact with them every week and you can shoot the messages when you have any questions, and they answer you, and then you recognize that this is a friendship when you struggle. When you have coaches, I always try to find coaches which are at least one level, even two levels in front of me, with mindset or revenue or whatever. And at the beginning, it is just overwhelming for me to learn this new stuff. But then when you have your downs, because all the success is an up and a down curve, it's not always like this. It's like in a roller coaster. But when you have downs and you can reach out to your coaches, and they have the right answers, and they know exactly where you stand, and this is so crucial for success. And good coaches is crucial. And I built my Facebook group, I built out my online course, and to be able not just to satisfy German-speaking local businesses with the service of getting new clients or new leads. I was recognizing that I have to duplicate myself. I have to copy myself to give people, more and more people, my knowledge, and therefore the chance to get out of their rat race when they're not satisfied with their employee job or whatever, and offer the service for their niches or local businesses in their area or whatever. And I was in December, I was 4 weeks traveling with my friends just to reset, to be grateful what I have achieved last year. I came back in Christmas on the 23rd of December after Colombia and Panama, and traveling around and staying on lonely islands and just, focus on other important things in life. Friendship is really important for me. And then I worked my butt off literally to get my course, running. And I had a crowd of, I don't know how many people were in my Facebook group at this day, but I did exactly what Andrew was coaching me. And I opened the gates to my online course where I, offered, German-speaking students all my knowledge I gained the last months and years from all my different coaches, JR, and all the YouTube stuff and dance stuff and everything. This is actually here the award from Dan Henry, the 25K award, which you just get when you get revenue over 25K in one single month. And I had to prove it and send it all my transactions of my bank account that I did nearly 38K. But this is where I'm really proud of. And I opened the gates to my own course on the 14th of January this year. And I just was searching for 15 highly motivated people who had time and who had the energy. And, best is you have some skills in sales as well. Then I knew I let 15 highly motivated people in, and I want to, show results as soon as possible, that my course works. And what came out, the result was that not 15, I had to let in 23, not 15, because they were just messaging me, let me in, because it was such a low price at the beginning just to get people in. And the results we have now on the table, you know, the best of my course, the best students, they did just a girl from Switzerland, Melanie. I'm really proud of her. She's crushing it. She did just 5 weeks. She did nearly 20K in revenue. The second best is Alexander. He did in 4 weeks 9K. And Chris, he did over 5K. The other Christian, he did over 6K in just 4 or 5 weeks. So this shit works, and this shit works here in other countries of the world as well. And since then, I have now in my course, in my program, over 50 people, and I raised the price at the moment. It's on the market for 2,400 euro to get in my course, into my group coaching, because I offer coaching as well. And, you know, as I learned from Andrew. And yeah, as of right now, I partnered up with a new coach his name is Nick Robbins. I'm so fucking stoked that I have such a coach. You know, he's a multi-millionaire and really he's crushing the game. He's a godfather in this business, in this agency, and he's coaching me right now. So I'm really grateful and happy, and yeah, to have such an circle right now. And yeah, as a, you know, I forgot the story of Miami, because we were finally meeting up in Miami at the Gross Con again. And I don't know when was, yeah, I know for sure Miami was the first weekend in March, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, this was another thing to just celebrate, that you can have a life as you know, wish or can imagine, when you just follow the steps or the path what your coaches tell you. It's like a recipe. I always tell it's like a recipe, meaning if you want to have a specific meal, like, you know, say spaghetti carbonara, then you don't know anything about how to cook it. But if you reach out to your best restaurant, to the cook of this best restaurant where you always enjoy these specific meal, and ask the cook to be your coach, and he gives you the recipe, and you follow the recipe exactly the same steps. You know, you take the onions for 10 minutes into the pan and make it, and so forth, and he is looking over your shoulder and shows you exactly the way. After you follow the recipe from your coach, you finally will have the spaghetti carbonara on your table, and it will taste delicious. And this was, this is always what I tell the guys, you know, invest in great coaches and you will see it works, and always invest in yourself and you will get 5x or 10x, or even, I don't know, I didn't calculate what X I have right now, but it's huge, you know, it's just huge. And I'm so grateful for this. Yeah.
Yeah, that's, I know you talked about my introduction, but you took a long introduction, so.
This was not an introduction, Mike. This is actually from a story. We can just close the window now.
Yeah, but I know I took a couple of notes during your story and everything. I know, you know, it just seems like, you know, you kept progressing and progressing. I mean, at what point, I mean, did you say, well, what point in your progression did you say, this is really going to work? Because I know you said you were unemployed a little bit, and I don't know if in the beginning, did you have a job or you just lost your job? But I mean, at what point in your progression did you just say, this is really going to work? I need to go hard at this, and or what, you know, I mean, at what time did it just click? You know, when did you say, oh, I got it now?
Yeah, it was the first campaign I ran, because I didn't know anything. I reached out to the first gym owner and offered him a free trial, a free week of, you know, my service. And I bombarded him with questions to get into this whole, you know, gym owner thinking and wording and everything. And I, you know, built up my first campaign for this specific gym. And today I'm, you know, running for this gym campaign as well. So it's over a year now, but we're still in contact. This is awesome. And yeah, the first campaign I ran for this specific gym, it was fucking crushing it. You know, after 6 days, we had 60 leads. After 10 days, we had 90 leads. And he said to me, please stop. We don't have the process. I don't have the capacity to call the leads and so forth. And I overwhelmed him so much that I knew, wow, this is working. This is really working. And, you know, these are all people in this specific city who gave us the name, the email address, and the phone number to get these specific offer, the bait. And I said at this very moment, okay, this is working. This was proof for me. And this was the time as the parachute opened. And you know, since then, I just got my first testimonial of him. I reached out to the same group of, you know, business owners. And yeah, since then, I think I did 5 trials that I got 4 or 5 testimonials. And then I said, okay, the first week is not free anymore. I have to charge because I have this software and blah, blah. And since then I offered just 1 week because everything was totally new, meaning nobody knew about this service. So I scaled up from a free trial to a paid trial week, and then I lengthened from 1 week to a month, and then from 1 month to 3 months, and so forth. And this is, you know, you take these little baby steps at the beginning, but since then I knew this process works, and then I got paid, you know, in the 33 days, 10K, and then I knew for sure, okay, this is amazing.
Wow, that's an interesting story. I know you talked about, because I guess that's a lot of people's I guess drawback and setback is like, well, you know, I'm having trouble prospecting, and then when I do get a prospect, it's like, what do I do? How do I serve them? There's like, you know, and then you talked about going down into one niche. It's like, even if I do have one niche, I guess a lot of people don't have a lot of confidence. So I guess you built up confidence. So originally, I guess when you first started, because I heard you say that you're asking this gym owner questions and stuff. It's like, you know, just trying to get in his mindset. So had I guess up until that point, had you ever ran any Facebook ads or anything like that for anybody else, even your own self, or you just kind of?
I just knew it, you know, in a theoretical way from the course, but this was actually my first practical, you know, campaign. And I built up it was with ClickFunnels landing page and thank you page. But then after this campaign, I changed just to Facebook lead ads. And yeah, it was my first experience. And I said, what the heck? It's just, you know, they're pouring in the leads, you know.
That's interesting you say that, because I mean that's what, you know, a lot of people talk about, and I've said this before too. Is like, you guys just need to get out there. You know, you need to try. It's like, you know, just start something, even if it's campaign wasn't successful. It seems like Philip has the mindset where it's like, I'm gonna get this until, you know, it is successful. And yeah, it happened. I mean, you know, it might have been, he might be, you know, a 1% or whatever. You know, 1%. You know, everybody else might be 99%. But the thing is, you know, the situation is you still just got to try. I mean, you know, you may not know what you're doing, but I mean, even in you trying, you know, that's a step you can learn. So that's interesting that you said that. And just for the fact that, you know, I just had to touch on this, for the fact that you didn't even know what Zoom was. I mean, he said, you know, pretty much didn't even know what Zoom was. And
Mike, first time today on Be Live, you know, I didn't be on this Be Live before, so it's all, you know, a little bit later here.
And, you know, that's the thing. I just heard somebody say, you know, I was driving earlier this morning, it's like, you just got to step out of, you know, your comfort zone. So, I mean, that's what it is. I mean, it's not necessarily, you know, just doing stuff, you know, it's like, well, you know, I'm going to do stuff that I'm scared about, you know, but I mean, you know, not even that, man. It's just stepping out of your comfort zone. Once you step out of your comfort zone, somebody, you know, recently said, once you step out of your comfort zone, it's not you doing anything anymore. You leave it up to the circumstances. So the circumstances are in control. Because once you get out, you mean, you don't know what to do. You don't know what to expect because you're out of your comfort zone. So that's pretty interesting that, you know, Philip is, you know, he's constantly doing. But I mean, if you look at him, he said, you know, look at what he's doing here, where he said that he pretty much, you know, he ran a campaign that he really didn't know. how to run. He ran a campaign for another successful business. A lot of people have a lot of drawbacks with that. I don't know how much money the gym owner put in. It's like, well, you're using another business owner's, money. But the thing is, that business owner is going to use that money for something. So why don't you try to help them, assist you? Because I mean, really, you're killing two birds with one stone. I mean, yeah, some people look at it and say, well, you're using the gym owner, a business owner's money to get your training. But I mean, the situation is the money's going to go to waste. I mean, yeah, I guess you can say, well, they're going to pay Facebook. Facebook's going to use the money. But I mean, still, maybe you're killing three birds. You're paying Facebook. He's, trying to grow his business, and you're giving somebody else training. So the way I look at that is, it's pretty much that money is going to go somewhere. It's going to go to waste either way. So at least Philip, had already put the time and the effort into training, and he knew what he was going to do, or at least he tried, to train. So even if the campaign wasn't successful, I'm pretty sure that the training actually showed him. The training that he watched, whether it was from JR, whether it was from Andrew, or whether from whoever else, the German guy that he mentioned, the salesman. I mean, the situation with that is, he took the training on that specific area. The business owner, he knows how to grow his business, or he knows how to run his business. But Philip actually knows how to help him market his business. So I don't think, some people say that's a bad investment to pay, for some. Well, leave it up to the business owner. It's not for you to say. So in this situation, you see that Philip actually grew the gym owner, which I've heard a few other people say that, where they actually ran, Facebook campaigns, and they were so successful that the business owner told them to turn the ads off. It's like, we can't receive all these leads. So there's a lesson for you guys too. Is like, if you understand and you're confident in what you can do, let the business owner know. It's like, you're doing campaigns and stuff. Some of the campaigns you ran in the past, or either some of the, maybe you haven't ran them yourself, but the person that you're following and the training that you're watching, some of the training that, or the person that is training, they ran those campaigns. So just let the business owner know. It's like, I can bring you leads and you get so many leads that you want to turn the ads off. So let them know that in the beginning. It's like, do you have a capacity to handle these leads? Because if you go up and tell a company that, is like, who is this guy? He's like, he's telling me he's going to bring me so much business that I'm going to tell him to stop. So, I mean, that's your, one selling point right there. So, I wanted to touch on, I guess, just the educational system. I know I'm pretty sure everybody knows Tai Lopez. Everybody talks about Tai Lopez. Actually, I have ran into a few people who actually don't know who Tai Lopez is. Actually, I was in California the last time, and they were like, why are you here? I was like, I'm for a Tai Lopez event. They're like, who's Tai Lopez? Then we were in Miami, and actually, I guess it was an Uber driver, which, I mean, obviously, even in Miami, Grant Cardone did a lot, with the 10X conference. He had billboards up about, they were on billboards, around Miami, the city, and all that stuff. And our Uber driver was driving us to, the Marlins Park. And we asked her, she's like, why are you here? Like, we're here for, Grant Cardone. She's like, I know him. And, we mentioned Ty. She was like, I have no idea who that is. It's like, his face is on the billboards. Like, you've seen the bill, at least you should. She was like, no, I've never really heard of him. So it's like, I guess some people really don't know who Ty is, but still, he talks a lot about the educational system. And you said the educational system's horrible in Germany, but I mean, I don't think it's, that much better here now, here in America, in the States. I don't think it is at all. So, and they don't teach you what you need. Like we were talking, before we got on, we were talking about how society in itself just pretty much, they teach kids how to, just from kids. They actually teach us in adolescence at young age. They teach us to go to school. You have to be, at school a certain amount of time. If you don't go to school, your parents will go to jail, and you're still going to have to go to school. So it's pretty much, and then when you go to school, or, elementary school, then middle school, then, you go to high school, then you go to college. It's like they just have a plan for us, pretty much, you do this, you do this, you do this. And just being an entrepreneur and stepping outside of that box. Because once you graduate from college, they say, yeah, you need to go work a job. Then what do they tell you on the job? You need to come to work between this time. So, I mean, it's like, it's just, pretty much you're in prison, even though a lot of people don't believe. It's like, well, you're not prisoner, they're paying you and you're doing all that. But I mean, still, you can't do what you want to do. I mean, you can't go to bed when you want to go to bed, because if you go to bed, you're not going to be able to function when you want to at your job, or you may oversleep or something on your job. So the situation is your job is controlling your life. So, and you just heard Philip say that he actually got to travel the world. I mean, that's something that if you work a job, you cannot do that, because you only have a certain amount of vacation days. Now you can say, well, I can go here and go there, for a certain amount of time. I can go here for a few days. Then, on this date, then, I can save my other days and go here, a little bit later on in the year. but I mean, that's the thing. Philip is telling you that he has freedom right now. So I guess just, touching on the educational system, I mean, as far as what are your goals as far as educating? Because I know you have students and everything like that. I mean, what is your goal as far as educating anybody, just educating people in general? I mean, do you have a plan for that? Do you have, how are you going to do that? And do you feel that it's necessary to do that?
Yeah, the goal is for this year to bring as much people into my program, to help as much people to free themselves and experience the lifestyle which is possible nowadays. To to, to get the regional freedom, the timely freedom, and the financial freedom, where you just be able to work from wherever you want. And my goal is to help at least 250 people this year with my program to get out of the rat race and just coach them as good as possible to finally, see the life, I say, to get them out of the matrix, as you want to say so.
And, and I guess I was pretty much listening to you as far as your students. I mean, this is the type of coach that you want. I mean, you don't hear too many coaches, gurus, whatever you want to call them. You don't hear too many trainers actually know the successes and the results of their students. I mean, he named about 4 or 5 students, and he knew it down to the number, specifically what they made. So, I mean, you guys need to reach out to him, if he's, I mean, this is the type of coach that you want, because, I mean, you can see that he cares about his students, because he knew exactly how much, they made, pretty much, what they made. So, I mean, I guess, obviously, you have a heart for coaching. And I guess, how did you know it was time to actually transition from, just the agency owner into a coach? Because I know a lot of people want to do that. Some people, some people say, well, I don't want to coach, but I mean, I guess they still feel led like to coach, train people. So, I mean, what was it for you that said, I need to start helping people and training people and coaching people?
First of all, I want to say that I'm still in the agency business. I run my campaigns because I have fun doing it, meaning to just see what happens in this market, new softwares, new tricks, new things. And I did it with different niches in the meantime, because I wanted to prove that I just cannot generate leads for just the gym niche. Then I did it for, a cosmetic studio, massage studio, even for a drummer coach, for real estate agents, you name it. Just to prove, before I launched the course, to be able to generate leads for many niches. It's just always the same, nearly this. The template is the same. It's just a new offer and a new wording and so forth. But the structure works, and I wanted to prove that first. And then, to be honest, the story was that my brother was my first student. My brother is or was in selling insurances 10 years. And he quit last year in June, because he said he's sick of this job. And I taught him as my first student what I, learned before. And I was saying at this time, he quit his job in June. He had in October over 16K in profit. So I was sure, when I can teach him, I can, teach anybody, because, brothers are, it gets loud, it gets rough, and blah, and therefore, and then, I was sure I can teach this stuff to anybody. And I was flying over to Atlanta, where we finally met the first time, with the idea, what is my next step? And I was talking to JR, I was talking to Andrew Cruzy and so forth. And finally, I decided in Atlanta, okay, my next step is to just help more people, helping more local businesses with, pushing the revenues and the business. And this is, to be honest, the best service you can offer, when you just help people and help businesses to grow. And it makes me happy every day to have this possibility. I'm waking up every day at 5 a.m. and just say, what are my goals for today? And focus on them. And yeah, I'm still alive, even if I work 16, 17 hours a day. And it makes me happy, you know.
Well, let me ask you this question as far as, because I know a lot of people, they actually don't make it, you know. I mean, a lot of people aren't successful. Why do you feel that a lot of people are not successful? Why do they fail at their goals? Why do they never, or why don't they accomplish their dreams? What's your reason for that? What's your answer to that question?
Yeah, the answer is it takes five secrets to be successful. If you have just four, you fail. For me, it takes you have to you have to have all five. The number one is the maybe most crucial one is the mindset. And this is why I read a lot. You know, I don't watch television the last 13 years or 12 or 13 years. I just read. I try to read at least 3 to 4 books a month because, you know, I'm really deeply into self-development. You know, the Tony Robbins stuff, the Jack Canfield stuff, the Bob Proctor stuff, all this stuff. Why? Because I have decided for myself, I want to get better every day. You know, the mistakes and faults I did yesterday, I don't want to make today and not tomorrow as well. So it's an improving every single day. And this is a mindset thing, meaning you have to be positive. And it's when you see the glass of water half full and not half empty, then you are ahead of many people. And this is so crucial to have this mindset. To, you know, we as human beings, we have the chance in comparison to plants or to animals, that we can, you know, change our thoughts proactively, meaning we can decide if a situation which happens to you is good or bad. You know, the animal and the plant have not this ability. We human beings, we have this. And when you are clear with you and with your life and what is your mission, your purpose, and what is your goals, and you work with these kind of stuff, you get this mindset that you're unbreakable. And this is the number one of having on getting success. Number two is you have to set goals. You know, when you don't set any goals, you wake up every morning and don't know what to do. I always tell the story of you are a small boat on the huge ocean, and when you don't have goals, you don't know where to set the sail or how to, you know, steer in which direction. And the ocean, the waves, and everything, they're just juggling you around, and you are lost in the ocean. So when you have goals, and I recommend to have written goals, you have to write them down. And to be honest, these are my journals behind me, and I write down my goals every day, in the morning and in the evening before I go to bed, because you have to know what you want from your life. And we have to see that we are just a traveler or a visitor on this planet. You know, it's not, our life is limited, and therefore I